You have to be willing to gamble a little bit, and that's the case here.
He has to call. He does call. We're going to race. We're going to race for Bertolli's tournament life.
Yep.
Big pot for both players. Over 2 million in it.
We've got the qualifier versus the olive oil tycoon.
Bertolli, if he gets chips, he's dangerous. Won a big tournament recently in Uruguay, but he could be out if he can't improve here.
The dealer's about to give the flop. It's exciting. And here it is. 10, 6, 4, 2 clubs out there. Nothing so far.
Yeah, nothing going on.
For Bertolli's ace or queen.
Oh, look at that. Felt level camera. Down to just 5 outs.
And you can see him in the top right corner of your screen. An ace or a queen. It's the jack of hearts. Saw some paint there, but it's the wrong paint for Bertolli and the right paint for Lechner. And Bertolli is out. Grane is in trouble here.
Oh, wow. Rambo is in trouble.
Yep.
Does Rambo get out of this?
Does Rambo get out of this one? Larilla is, he's a tough customer. Really good post-flop, so this is where he excels.
I see. Rambo needs some ammo, says Fun Times. He's absolutely right.
Does the Grenader have one more grenade in his pocket?
If he doesn't, we're playing heads-up poker. Oh, wow. Almost over. Running cards required.
Yeah, even Rambo might struggle to get out of this one. Help on the turn. Oh, wait a second.
There's always a sweat.
Wait a second.
There's always a sweat.
Rambo, in his last dying effort, can he find the jack? He cannot.
Rambo has entertained us. That's not his real name. Grenier is his real name. He's our last Spanish player, our longest Spanish player standing. Kings is a good hand.
That's a good hand. Lechner's got a pretty good hand, too. I mean, there is a world. There are aggressive poker players out there that would move all in here with 9-8 suited. Oh,
he did.
Wow.
Oh, snap. He hasn't really been doing that, and he's run into a monster, and this tournament could be over.
Oh, that's incredibly unlucky for Lechner. I mean, that's
incredibly unlucky.
I love the play.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it.
23 big, shoving
with
9-8 suited.
Just don't do it when he's got kings.
Yeah,
it's just bad luck.
Really bad luck. And this, we could be 5 cards away from the end.
Let's see if it holds up.
It's not over yet. Oh, what a flop.
There's always a sweat. How is this possible?
Always a sweat. By the way, if you see the flop, the funny thing is if he just calls.
It goes in, yeah.
Well, then I think he might even win it with the ace out there.
Maybe.
Oh, 33% of the time, he will hit a spade. Oh, now. It can't be the 5 of spades. Now it can't be the 5 of spades. Larilla with a set of kings. Is this it?
Lechner Army praying for one of the 7 outs.
The river. It's the 10 of clubs and a full house ends it. A battle to the end.
Today is the first day of the main event of the World Series of Poker.
I feel focused, I feel great.
I'm not nervous.
I'll do the cold plunge before my workout.
Which way to my table?
I feel good. I had a great meal.
I'm just trying to soak it all in, you know, and enjoy it.
Maybe over there?
Hey guys, we are already in the room. So there's nobody here at the moment, but this is gonna be full in like 20 minutes.
Let's see. Yes, horseshoe silver. That way. That way. Table 625. When the day actually came and I was walking towards the main event, I had to look for my table for quite a while because it is so huge. It was so many people. When I sat down, I was pretty nervous, but also really excited at the same time. Let's go. This is for all the marbles.
I think it's just the allure of the main event. It's the hype around it. It's how publicized it is. Anxious is a good way to describe it. I mean, I've done this for 15 years, but this is a different animal. My initial table wasn't that friendly. Hoodies, sunglasses, professionals. no talking, no smiling. I was hopeful that that wasn't going to be the vibe the whole time.
I've been playing the main event for, I think this is my 4th or 5th time. At the beginning I would be very nervous, and also when I would bust I would be very upset. Now with a better mindset and more experience, it's just my job. I play tournaments for a living, so I'm just showing up to this one, business as usual.
Well, I played the main event before, but because I did so well in the previous times I played it, I was a bit pressure, like I really want to make it better than the other days, but you just play and try to play your hand the best way possible and be focused and try to make it.
I feel ready, excited about this. Hopefully I make good decisions, hopefully I run good, and whatever happens, happens.
Poker players, poker fans, welcome to the main event. How's everyone doing? I wish you all the good fortune that I've had, all the run good that I've had, all the luck that I've had. So everyone, shuffle up and deal.
My table draw was difficult, especially for day one. I had many good players, I think only 2 recreational players. On my left, I had Nick Schumann, and he's a great player. Yeah, it was a very unlucky draw.
I sit down, and they announce, the shuffle up and deal. I get the big blind. I think I made some corny joke about so unlucky, whatever it was, just to see how loose my table was, to see how friendly everybody was. Didn't get a great reaction, but whatever.
Dinner break, there is a lot of people, this is crazy. I'm currently with 102,000 chips, so doing pretty good.
First 4 hours of playing, I didn't win any pots. That got me pretty nervous. I was thinking to myself, no, this is not happening, man. Then I actually had a set of 8s, which is iconic because I had 888. That's when I won my first pot. It wasn't a big pot, but I felt like, okay, so now let's get this going.
First level was very bad. I lost half of my stack already, but I'm going back to second level and just play my game, make good decisions. I just want to keep fighting, so let's go.
I managed to get back to starting stack again from 70 to 100. And I was feeling like the chip leader because my start was so brutal. And then things started going south again.
Well, my day one was a roller coaster. I lost a lot of chips, then it was back to starting stack, then it was down again, back and forth the whole day. Then I changed tables on the last level of the night, got in good with all my remaining chips, and lost.
It's the first time I bust on day one. Of course, I made mistakes, but in the most important parts was just like, yeah, things didn't go that well. I had expectations, and when we have expectations and we don't meet them, we kind of feel frustrated.
After playing good poker, making good decisions, busting the main event on day one, it doesn't affect me too much.
If you focus on the things you can control, I think you get at least more resistant to this kind of stuff.
Losing, busting tournaments, having losing sessions and streaks are part of the game. You gotta keep your expectations low. You need to hope for the best, but you shouldn't be dreaming with the bracelet yet.
I ended up bagging with 86,500.
I managed to finish day one with around 104, I think. So yeah, 888 got me going.
I bagged 79.8K in the main event going on to day two. But did you know I'm actually a 2-bag boy? Because I have Earls of Sandwich. Gonna eat this sandwich? Because that's what winners do.
100K in a dream. We'll see how Saturday goes.
So tomorrow, day off to rest, and then I'll be back on Saturday with a lot of power to make it to day 3.
Mystery Bounty tournaments are a new sensation that combine the best of bounty tournaments with the surprise factor of not knowing the bounties ahead of time. This exciting new format is a lot of fun to play, but there are a few things you need to know if you want to maximize your chances of a big payday. I am Vivian.
They are medium.
Oh, medium. He's on extra large. I need a large. The fuck didn't want an extra large. I wonder what gave it away.
No, how would you guess that?
I don't know, mate.
Fucking hell.
No, I won the large as well.
They're all medium.
All medium. They're all medium.
The medium ones are pretty damn big.
Yeah, medium. I'll lose a bit of weight. No, this one medium is fine.
Alright, I'll get them to change it because I'm not XL, I'm a large.
Usually XL.
It's literally just those in the cupboard. Enough for the final table, that was it. Sheet 9. Oh, you want, yeah? Do it. Do it. See who's going to get blessed. That's good. What? It's always me. He's called Sig. Nah, you're wrong. Oh. We stop. You win, you're the best. Exactly. It's going to be there, wasn't it? Yeah. Fuck me, I run good, don't I? It's going to be there. So it's going to be there, and then I was going to be straight in the big.
So there we go. The final 9 just sat there. They've all got hoodies. Where were we?
Where's us?
Where were we? Oh. The Mad Turk 1.4 million in seat number 1. Sinead in seat number 2 on 740. Andreas in 3 on 2 mil. Mohamed Chip Leader on 2.5 million in seat 4. Terry Mitford in 5 on 360. Shan in seat 6 on 735. Swanee 1.1 mil. David 1 million in seat number 8. And Alex in seat number 9, 440. Who wins from here?
Yeah, so looking forward to this one. Andrea's going to get things started with Ace King from +1. Regarding the giveaways, those asking, we're going to have one this session. I said 8:30, but then we hit the final table unexpected, so we'll give people a chance to get back in the chat. We'll say 9 PM, and we will do a Tower/J Finks.
Evening, Gail. How are you?
Evening, Mum. Happy Mother's Day.
Yes, Mum.
Oh, Swanee indeed, Val. I think he won his ticket through a passport, you know, on 888.
Yes, he did.
Well done, Swanee. Going through some satellite in. He won the UKPL online passport.
Awkward one for Alex to kick things off. Ace 10 off here from Small Lion facing the +1 open. Discipline and very good lay down. Going over to the Mad Turk. Lost a few chips the last half hour, but still got 1.4 million, sitting healthy.
And we could have a Voyage, the main event double. Sinead Priestley won the Voyage. Can she win the main? She's in seat number 2. Sat next to Turk. Sponsored by the beer FS. Whenever you go to Turkey, you've got to have a cold FS. FS Gold is the better one. Just say. Come on, the Swan Dog. How are doing, Jumbo? Gail says, about that, Jay.
Yep.
Raise 65,000.
Jazz Ganger says might get over to the Vic later in the year. First time he'll have attended a live event for a while.
Cool.
So, we'll give you when London is, if it doesn't change. I know they are planning a refurb in the Vic this year. Don't know when it's confirmed for. Jim McShane will always keep us up to date regarding news on the Grosvenor estate. And London is scheduled for UKPTs and 888 events. So we'll show you the 888 calendar very soon.
Check.
And then Toddy. Let's go, Alex. Your man dropped an absolute clanger in his appearance in the comms booth earlier on, Mr. Goodman. Absolute amateur hour from Mr. Sam Goodman. But thanks to Sam for joining me for an hour and a half.
Yes, top one, Sam.
110,000.
Now Turk flopping the combo draw here at Tower, and it's going to get spicy because we got David with top pair, top kicker.
The river is the flush.
Yeah, so,
oh, I know what happened here.
Is this when Mikey put in
That's
the chat?
when, yeah, we've got drinks everywhere. That was drinks spilled everywhere, unfortunately.
Yeah, Shan knocked his drink over. Now Turk going to go for some value with the Ace King. A quick call from David with the Ace King sees the bad news. And the Mad Turk starts terrifically up to 1.8 again. David down to 630. So basically, there's the story, Toddy. This is what happened. He'd been near me like now. I just needed to use the toilet, so I said, "I'll be 3-4 minutes. Are you okay by yourself?" He said yes. I come back in the booth. The chat was going mad. Someone had asked Sam Goodman if he wanted to debate maths, but with the other word in front of debate. And Sam read it out and started talking about maths at the poker table.
There's always one person that, when we get something new in the comms, we get the double entendres. And it went off.
Amateur hour.
Sometimes you just have to read or realise who's posting to not just instantly read it out without thinking. He'll know for next time. Good listening to Sam as well. While I was eating my chicken salad.
Yeah, all right.
10 seconds.
Chicken salad.
True, chicken salad.
Someone called Mr. Tobias. He always drops one in for me and Tower every now and again, but still yet to get me in 6 years. And no, that's not a challenge, to keep trying.
Pass.
Didn't see him, Brad. Did not see him.
Pass.
Don't think Mike played today.
Brad's 50.
Yeah, he's not
18.
He's like a child, ain't he? He's literally 50 years old and he's like a child.
He's
Chef
not
Brad.
18, Brad.
60k from Mohammed.
I remember one year Brad sent out about 10 April Fools on his Facebook. About 10. Not one, to get people thinking. About 10. Yes, the hammer's coming out. Oh,
get him,
Blind Ricky. Oh, sort him out. Oh, I love it. Oh, you don't mess with Lime Ricky.
Aaron always playing flat here as Andreas. One stack at the table that has us covered. We shouldn't have no raises here with nines. We should just be a pure call and head to the streets.
Queen 10, King 2 clubs.
Not really the flop we're looking for as Andreas here. Mohammed as the gun opener. This is all over the under the gun opening range. This type of board could just go for c-bet range here as Mohammed, and going to do exactly that and goes for the big bet. Finds 2/3 on the nose.
5,000.
Just under 2/3. Thought we went with 110, 105. Now Andreas 9 of clubs. Reverse implied odds to times it rolls off a jack and we make our straight against ace-x, which is going to be in there heavily from the gun opening range. So could just fold here versus the 2/3 sizing tower. It's annoying, but we are supposed to just lie down against the chip leader. And it takes it down.
Redo's average is about 1.1 mil. There's 10,200,000 chips in play and there's 9 left.
Yeah.
So just over 1.1 million.
1.15.
Good hand, Mo. Did you have a good hand? I had it.
£34,000 up top, 25 for second, 17th for third, and we've locked up £3,250.
I'm not jamming once you open, but if it folds to me, I'm every day of the week, twice on Sundays. Sunday today? Pass. Well, if you didn't open, it would be a Sunday today, or twice.
Raise to 60.
Pass.
King 10 of spades for Swanee, raises to 60. Shannon 65 of clubs, can't call on the button. Final tables. Andreas, easy fold from the small, and Mo in the big blind, over to him. 6-3 off here. As chip leader, do get to defend really wide tower.
And he has been doing.
This one says
the Walsall Nuts, we're in Luton.
Give Swanee some respect with his open.
Yeah, it is something cold over there. I was so glad to move.
So 9 o'clock, guys, is going to be another giveaway. We're going to do a bit more interactive one this time. We'll do a tower / J Finks. We'll both do one today. And then for the final token, we'll see how things go. We might do a lime Finks for our moderator, who's been in with us all day, up at the crack of dawn, been in the chat, sorting people like bread out.
Yes. Love it.
And sorting you lot out with tokens.
And free rolls and all sorts. And she'll do it all again in Manchester in April.
David makes it 60 with the ace 10. And small blind here. Ace 6 off. Gonna come with call. Terry just says I'm all in with the ace jack, shoving for 11 here, and David with ace 10. Once we open EP, like Terry just defends all like his ace 8 suited, ace 6 suited, ace 5 suited, all this stuff tower. He doesn't shove them versus the EP open.
Okay.
So I think David should just fold ace 10 here. I think ace jack's probably going to be very bottom of Terry shoving range here. We'll have hands like 7s, 8s and 9s, which we flip against. But he's also going to have ace king, ace queen, ace jack, which we're dominated against, as well as hands like jacks, kings, queens.
10 seconds.
Doesn't seem like the type of player to send something like jack 10 suited, queen jack suited, when we can just take our equity and go to the flop 3-way. So it does go all in. Should be getting through, but we did see Mohammed call off ace 8 for 12 bigs just before the final table. But surely we can't put any in with the ace 6 now, tower. I'm thinking about it.
10 seconds.
Let's get out of the way. Nice fold from David there as well, by the way, with the ace 10. Good fold from him.
locked up £3,250. Around about 6x in your money for final table appearance.
I don't know if any deals will be done on this one. You never know. Nah. You say nah?
Yeah, well.
But you know what? I might actually run a book tower that if a deal is discussed, the leading favourite to actually initiate the deal would be the Mad Turk at 1 to 75. As soon as there's 4 or 5 late straight away, anyone want to talk numbers?
Shall we have a look at numbers?
Shall we have a look at numbers?
We should take it all now and just chop it up and drive home. He better put some petrol in Layla's car, that's all I'm saying.
He loves initiating a deal, does the old Mad Turk. That is the nap of the day.
Mike, coming to watch on Facey. Alex Montgomery, yes, my man. Seat 9, the Monty.
Yeah, on some phenomenal form the last 3-4 months is Alex. All kicked off with that mini main in Blackpool, coming second, went to the grand final, come second in the main for 6 figures, and then has continued to excel the first quarter of the year. Mad Turk calls King Jack off here, facing Swanee's under the gun open with Queen Jack suited. Go on, go for the squeeze, Mohammed. Oh, if he just squeezed there, Tower, King 5 suited against these 2 stacks, it would have been beautiful. But plays cool instead. Such a nice spot as the chip leader with this King 5 suited to just make it like 230k, and both already Swanee and Mad Turk just under it, regardless of holding, unless they're sat there with aces or kings. But chooses to just flat, and now going to head to the flop 3-way. And payouts bottom of your screen.
3-3-2 flop.
Getting out of position to 2 here is Ian. Not the most comfortable situation, so I think we do want to do a fair amount of chicken. However, our hand may be one that could go for the small c-bet, but I always like checking when out of position to a number of players. And looks like the Mad Turk going to take initiative, firing for 110 into 255, so finding 40% just north of. And Mohammed with the King 5 of spades. We've seen this man get floaty all weekend. He does love a float, Mohammed. Not today with the King 5 of spades. And Swanee, Queen Jack of hearts, we can't really do much now after we do elect to check and just let it go, wait for a better spot, get on with the next hand. Unless he's thinking about the check raise, Tower. Because we do still have all these overpairs and we do want to play a lot of checks to the 2 in position players. We block queens and jacks, which may be some flats as traps for Turk. And it does just choose to let it go, which I think is the best approach, but thought he was going to get a bit jiggy there after he went into the tank. Ace King again for Andreas. Second time already this FT. Less than 15 minutes in. Goes for the 2.5x up.
Raise 75,000.
Raises to 75.
Swanee in seat 7, winning his seeing a passport on 888.
Yeah, and flop that could be spelling trouble for the Swan Dog.
Yep.
Flop's top pair and Andreas ace king here, just going to be continuing. I think at this stack depth, 30 effective can just go for third. May scale down to quarter, but I think third is the best approach here. Let's go for just north of 70. And Swanee, easy check call, can't do any raising, obviously cannot fold. Decision going to occur for Swanee here, tower up, and it's really rough because a lot of the time we're aware that a triple could be coming, so a lot of the decisions on the turn we need to take our time and think about if we are going to call, what rivers are going to be our calls, what rivers are going to be our fold, because this sort of texture, especially these days in live poker, you do tend to see it over bluff versus the big blind. And that's just down to the opener having all the strongest hands, the jacks, the aces, the ace king, the ace jack, all the sets possible, and the big blind having a very wide defend range. So Swanee's going to call like 6-7 suited, jack deuce suited on the flop, like all these one pair holdings, and this double barrel flushes out all the jack X, all the 6X. But Swanee with a very nice fold there.
Good fold, Swanee.
With the ace 3. Was probably aware would have had that decision on river and does let it go, and Andreas doesn't get a second street from top pair, but you do see that spot bluffed a lot, tower. I think it's one of the most over bluff spots you see in poker. Late position versus big blind, ace high board, brick turn. You see it double barreled relentlessly, and it's just down to those factors that the LP has all the strong hands and the big blind's calling range on the flop is significantly wide, so when the brick turn comes, we do just start flushing out all the pairs of jacks, pairs of sixes, and on this occasion, even eking into the ace-X of Swanee. I know Andreas did have the goods in the form of ace-king, but just trying to give you guys an understanding from perspective of bluffs. And
so blinds are up, blinds are 20,000, 40,000.
40.
20,000, 40,000, blinds gone up.
We said giveaway coming up at 9 o'clock, guys, so stay tuned for that. And if you're not on Twitch already, 888 Poker TV, you can only participate in this giveaway if you are watching via Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Facebook, and you do want to participate in the giveaway, you will need to get yourself over. And
Alex Montgomery in for 425 and 10 bigs.
Seems good. Maybe can open as well, tower.
Yeah, mine would be the ace-5. Shouldn't be doing anything with ace-5, calling for 10 bigs. I know he's got the chips, but I'm not calling my ace-5 off. Nope. Teddy Mitford gives him the triangle as well. What's Teddy got? Teddy's got the ladies.
Unfortunate timing for Alex and Terry. Well out in
front. Swanee's in.
Whoa.
3-way all in on the FT.
Swanee with the ace-king and Terry in great shape for basically a triple here. With aces blocked, with Alex having ace-10 suited too. 58% three-way for Terence Mitford. Can he find the hold? Alex is going to need to see some clubs or some sort of two pair.
I'll take 7 or 9 as well. 7 all the way, best of luck everyone.
Wow. 3-way all in. Start of the FT. We've not had an orbit yet. King 4 for Swan Dog.
Yeah, so that is basically going to send Alex, unless we see running clubs. So Alex is GG. Terry can still hit a queen, or it's double knockout.
It's an ace. Fill it up. Swan Dog. Triples. And takes out 2. Wowzers.
What a hand that was. Double bust out on the FT. Down to 7. Alex Montgomery out in 9th as the shorter stack for £3,250, and Terence Mitford out in 8th for £3,820. Swanee up to just shy of 2 million. And now look at this, how these stacks are situated. You've basically got 4 at the top of the pack, separated by 3 big blinds, and then same at the bottom, 15 to 12 bigs, all separated by 3. Yeah, spot on, Brad. Nice little double ladder for everyone. At £2,680 locked up. That has almost doubled from that double bust out occurring. Mohammed's turn to get Ace King. I think we've seen Ace King over 50% of hand so far on the final table. Everyone seems to be waking up with it. This time Mohammed's turn. Going to be getting amongst it.
Raised 80,000. Pass. 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 Apparently. Pass. Shows you the ace of spades and the king to go with. Ace kings everywhere. Alright, you have a new theatre, everyone. Best of luck. Thank you, sir.
Deal of change. Don't do a giveaway?
Should we do it now?
Shall we?
Should we do it?
We'll just had a double bust out. If there's anything happens in the next 5-10 minutes.
It's difficult to top a double bust out, ain't it? Okay, we'll do a giveaway. Giveaway time. Alert.
If you are new, he's going to run through the rules.
No warning. Lime, are you ready? Towers told me we got to do it now, so we're doing it now. And we are set and ready. Just waiting to get the thumbs up from our moderator. Lime.
3 to give away. We might as well start now. Hope you're doing your hand exercises, Tower, for the winner's interview when Swanee wins it.
He's got a hard handshake. Right, we'll give you 2 minutes to get ready, because after this hand it's giveaway time. We're going to do it shortly before 9 o'clock, and I will run you down the rules and how to participate.
Yes.
Not today. No. Yesterday. He just put it under the table.
King 10 for Andreas opens from under the gun, making it 80. Well done, Alex. Alex Montgomery in the chat. Great run again, mate.
Yeah, super. Well done, Alex. Well done. Great effort. I know you had that bit of fortune when you're just busting aces for fun, but you still got to be able to play the game. Playing great this year and the last 12 months. Well done, buddy.
Yeah, what can you do? 10.5 bigs, Alex. I think it's fair. It's always winning, of course, shoving for 10.5 bigs. I think open might be an option as well from gun specifically, but what can you do, mate? Just run into it. On to the next one. Gilo says, so no point answering on YouTube. Yep, we will not take any answers on YouTube. Right, guys, quick run down of the rules. This is for a 109 closer seat for tomorrow on 88 Poker. You must be on Twitch to answer. We will not accept any answers on Facebook or YouTube. Tower is going to ask me a question. I'm going to write it down on this piece of paper. Closest to my answer is going to win themselves a 109 token for the closer. You get 1 guess per account, guys. I've got a nice bit of software that lets me see if anyone has double guessed. Anyone that guesses more than once is an instant DQ. Got to keep it fair. Don't get disqualified. You get 1 guess per account, and do not guess until Tower says go. Wait for me to write my answer down. Don't give me any clues.
I went through everything. I was going to give you also. Anyway, I've ended up giving you a question on Ian Simpson.
Okay, old Ian-E.
888, Ambassador. How much has Ian Simpson cashed for in the Irish Open main event in his whole career? Because we're going to the Irish Open, Ian's going there, you're going there, I'm going there, we're all going there, but Richie Robb's going.
Is this just main event?
Just the main event.
Irish Open you cannot miss.
In his whole career, which spans about 20 years,
Started the smaller ones today, yeah.
how much has Ian Simpson cashed for in the main event of the Irish Open? Now you can guess.
Good luck, everyone.
Good luck, everybody.
We will give you 5 minutes till we reveal the actual answer and 10 minutes until we close the giveaway. 1 guess per account. Don't want to disqualify anyone. It's happened before. I don't want to do it again.
Yep. So good luck, everybody who's in it. How much has Ian Simpson cashed for in the Irish Open main event?
Good question.
Ian Simpson, 888 ambassador. We thought we'd do a question about Ian Simpson. And how much has he cashed for? He's been playing the Irish Open for 16 years, I do believe. But you can Google it if you want to, but that it doesn't help. It's what you got the closest to Jay's guess.
It's a real particular question, though, Tao.
We've been talking about the Irish Open. Richie Robb was in earlier, he's going to the Irish Open. You're going to the Irish Open, you're already bust. Ian Simpson says he's going to the Irish Open.
Hold on, I'm going to the Irish Open. I've already bust. Did you just
already
say?
booked?
You definitely said bust. Then
Did I say bust?
You said bust.
Is that you?
You're giving me no hope before I've even got on the plane.
I'd sell your flight, to be fair.
Giving me no hope before I've even got on the plane. And would you look at this tower? Mohammed goes for the 3-bet from the big blind with 10-6, and Swanee's got kings.
Just send it, Swanee.
4-bet not all in tower. This stack depth, I think, or is he just going to go for the triangle?
He's going for his time bank.
So, guys, the question is, how much has Ian Simpson cashed for at the Irish Open? And you want my answer, not the correct answer. The correct answer won't win you anything unless I've got it spot on, which is highly unlikely. Dodgers going jamming out. Mohammed obviously always folding.
What do you have? How much you go? 1.99.
So how much has the ambassador Ian Simpson cashed for in the Irish Open main event?
Mohammed, just a bit of camera time here, Tower. I'll tell you what, if he's using a time banker, well, I'll tell you what, if he calls this off with 10-6 suited, I've seen some calls in my time, but this might be the most insane call I've ever seen whilst doing this job. If he calls off here with 10-6 suited. Surely not. He's still mulling it over.
I had a feeling, didn't I? Show me one. No, I'll tell you later. Show me one. I thought you was your friend. No.
So some good guesses coming in, but are they close to what Jay thinks? That is the question. We'll give you the correct answer after this.
Nice.
Straight after this. Currency doesn't really matter because it's closest number, but it would have been euros, obviously, because of the.
I'll tell you what currency.
Because it's in Dublin.
I'll tell you what currency I guessed in when you give me the answer. then I'll let you know what currency my guess was in, Sarah. Okay. It could be yen. It could be the euro. We'll find out.
You're right. It could be. We'll go 1 for 1 on every currency in the world. That's what we'll do.
Obviously, I have something. I've done 280. Sorry.
So,
Nice answer.
how much has Ian Simpson cashed for in the Irish Open main event in his lifetime? And it is Twitch only because it is part of the 888 giveaways, and we're on 888 Poker TV.
Yeah, you can still get in, guys. You've got 5 more minutes. Just
Yep.
switch over to Twitch, get yourself on the 888 Poker TV channel, and
Indeed it.
get your guess in the chat box.
And don't forget, once the correct answer and closest answer to guess to Jay's comes in, if you've guessed more than once,
I do check,
you will be eliminated. We have the algorithm ready to check.
See, Gully's a seasoned pro. He's probably done over 100 Jay and Tower thinks over the years.
Yeah.
And he just put in the chat, I'm waiting for a live tell from Jay when you give me the correct answer. I'll give you one, Gully. I'll give you one, don't worry, as Shamu's in here. But this should be working, Tower. Not sure what a lot of tanking going on in what seems like
the
trivial.
A6 and King 6. So, see if we can get a live tell. The question I asked Jay was, how much has Ian Simpson cashed for in the Irish Open main event? I said it because Ian Simpson's won an Irish Open.
I knew that, but I didn't want to give anything away at the start of the.
That's all right then.
I didn't know that.
So Andy's an 888 ambassador. Yep. Andy's going over to try and win another one. He has cashed for €378,000.
That's a big number.
€378,000, and he's only cashed 3 times in the main event.
Only cashed 3 times?
And he's won €378,000.
Whoa, that's mad. That is only 3 cashes.
Yep, but that's not the answer we want. It's the answer you got from Jay. You've got about a minute. He's only cashed 3 times in the Irish Open main event.
So he must have
won it, come fourth. And min cashed. Yep. Which ain't a bad return on the Irish Open.
We are friends, that's why I passed you tips. 280.
Didn't know he come from Alta. That's some doing for me, and 2 FTs for that event.
Yep.
There's going to be one more hand, guys, and then we will be closing the comp. If you haven't guessed yet, you can get a guess in, but we will check at the end if you double guessed. So make sure it's just the one.
Indeed, straight after this hand, if there's no action, we'll be giving you the answer.
All right. Who's that in the chat? Noodle Lou. Oh, he's written down some crazy answers before, so who knows? You talking about me or the Tower? Towers wrote down some crazy answers before.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about. We do a quiz that nobody can Google. You can Google the correct answer, but that's not the answer we want. Everybody can use Google these days to win, but you can't win our quiz by Googling. Because you'll never get inside my noggin, that is for sure.
Wouldn't want to be in there, Tower. I'll leave them unicorns playing squash. They're enjoying their game of squash. They have been for 20 years. I'll leave them be. I won't jump inside that noggin. 4-3 suited for Shan. Should get out of the way.
So There we go. Any action? Looks like no action. There we go, no action. So get ready to close the comp for us, Lime Ricky. Ready to close the comp in 10 seconds, in 9 seconds, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Close the comp, Lime Ricky, please. Clone the comp. We cannot win it on Facebook. You can't win it. It is on Twitch only. Contest closed. So, the correct answer was 378,000 is cash for, and the weird thing about the Irish Open is that there were different buying levels at different times of the year,
Yep.
different years. It was 3K one time, it was 5K another time, it was 2K, and now it's a 1K.
Oh, I never
so
knew
it
that.
completely changes.
That does change things.
So that's why he's 3 times his cash, and he's cashed for 378,000.
I was oblivious to that.
Yes.
Basically, I knew Ian had won.
Yeah.
I know he goes to the Irish Open most years. Thought he'd probably been playing like 10 to 12 years. The win itself, I knew Dave Doherty last year, 350k.
Yeah.
And obviously last year, 2,000 runners is going to be much bigger than it was 10 years ago. So I actually thought he would have cashed for the win, would have been around 200k.
Yeah.
And then I thought with all his other min cashes scattered about, didn't know he come fourth, to be honest with you. I went with the final number of 242k.
242. It's not too bad at all. He finished fourth in 2012 for 107,000 when it was 3,500 to buy. And when he won it, it was only a 2,000 buy, and he got 265.
Wow.
And then he had him in cash.
That makes sense. I actually never knew that, Tao, that the Irish Open was ever a 5k, 3k, 2k. I just thought
and now it's only a 1k.
Thought it was always a 1k.
Nope.
But was unaware of that. But that doesn't matter. That I was that far off because someone is going to win themselves a token. And to be honest with you, Tao, it was close. And it's literally down to a few digits. And it's 5,550 off, who guessed 247,550 is Dan Russell. Dan Russell, you are the winner of the 109. And there was a lot of people around that area, Tal, but Dan just said there was a lot that were 6k off.
Yep.
But Dan going for the 550 at the end is actually going to sneak him under the line, and he's going to be winning the 109. Close the ticket for tomorrow on 888. However, guys, if you did miss out, we're going to come back.
Sinead's in twice. Sinead Priestley is in with ace 4. She's up against the boots as the Mad Turk calls the 65.
Yeah, and we don't really.
I saw this.
Nah, just call here, Tower. Obviously, we got aces. We want the Turk in still, but
Turk's out of the way.
I guess we never expect Turk to ever have any traps here, so.
No.
So Sinead just going with it with the ace-4 suited, knowing that Andrea's going to be opening wide from gun. Dead flat a Turk, never expect it to be a trap too often, and just running into it.
And do you know what's happened here?
Go on.
Matt never gave her a kiss for the final table start.
He didn't give her a kiss. He gave her a kiss for the Voyager. She won. We'll give her a kiss now, Matt. Little peck on the cheek. Put a couple of
It's 4 against aces.
Well, we have picked up a direct out. Got 2 4s left in the deck to keep us alive as Sinead. And the 9 of diamonds not changing anything. Needs the 2 outer.
Can she hit the 4 to survive? No, it's a queen. Sinead, final tables, the main event. She won the voyage. Amazing performance. Oh, there's the kiss now. Oh, aye. Oh, aye. There's the kiss now. Peck on the... Oh, a bit late, Matt. She needed it pre-flop. Well done, Matt. Well done, Sinead. What a week. 3 trophies and a final table in the main event. Absolutely amazing performance. Well done, Sinead. We're finishing in 6th. Is that 6th? Was that 6th for Sinead?
Yes, Sinead in 7th for 4,390.
Well done.
So 6 players remain. Going back to what I was saying just before.
Quickly finish off the quiz.
Weren't expecting an all-in in the call while we're doing the giveaway, but you never know when they can happen. But Dan Russo, very well done to you. But we've got another token coming up this evening. I'll tell you what, we'll do it this session. We'll do it at 10 o'clock. 50 minutes time, we'll do the tower things, and then we've got one more left for the day, and we'll probably do that when we get 3-4-handed close to finish.
Fantastic. Well done, Dan. And yes, it does need to be on Twitch. We're on 888 Poker TV on Twitch, and that is where they're giving away 5 tickets for the 109 closer tomorrow. So if you do want to switch over and then switch back to your preferred platform, you can. But we'd recommend staying with 888 Poker TV on Twitch. You got more chances to win.
I'm not winning the Irish Open, I know that. I've already busted, apparently. Can't believe you said that. That hurt, that did. Jay's going, he's already busted. Thanks, Tal. Cheers for that.
I'm sure I said booked it, but there
You're just basically what was in your head come out. Mohammed taking the initiative with the 10 high, does get it through.
Hi Ian, hi guys, just got home, got a nice Chinese takeaway anyway, apologies for not saying goodbye. We came 5th in the seniors, managed to negotiate a bold prize, another seniors cash. We'll win one eventually. Nice to see you Ian, and thanks for the selection box.
Yeah, we've still got 2 left. You brought us in 8 chocolates, was it?
8, I know, where they all gone?
And we got 2 left, Ian. And I
had a Twix.
I had a Dairy Milk and a Twix, to be fair.
Right. So there we go. We are. So well done, and thanks a lot, Ian. Always a pleasure. Always good to have you in the chat box as well.
David going to open here with the King 7 suited. What is going on? And aces again for Andreas, are we sure? And he just rips the lot in? Just says I'm all in when Mo's sitting at that deep with us? Is that right? Shows the aces again. He's had ace-king twice. He's had aces twice. Talk about some heat at a final table when you really want it with 34k up top. Talk about the deck hitting you in the face. That's still probably an understatement. Haven't even been at this FT for an hour yet. Dished the aces twice and the ace-king twice. Potentially lost some action. As Andreas there, big shove in terms of big blinds tower.
You've been there, yeah? Next time, take
Dan Russo says, thanks to the entire team. It came at a very good time. Hopefully you turn it into some money, Dan. And if you do, make sure you come back in the chat and you let us know. We love a story like that. When you offer a free roll, you turn it into money. And oh my word, what is going on this table? Queens for Mohammed now, and the Mad Turk with Ace King. Are we sure?
The best race there ever is. Probably won't get there, but
yeah, but I think we're supposed to just call here with
we could see flops
with the situation tower. I'm actually not sure now that Shanae's is busted. There's not really no short stacks out there, is there? I think actually Shan's the shortest. He's got like 20 bigs, so I think call is probably the way to proceed as the Mad Turk,
which he does do. Flop, Jack to Jack.
Like in terms of theory, always going to 4-bet the ace king, but when we're at a final table and we have got the ICM involved, just playing call, and it could have potentially saved this tournament. And this is a friendly table. Everyone's showing, everyone giving information away. I had this, I had that. What do you have? Oh, I had this.
Yeah, all the time.
What did you say there, Tower? I didn't quite catch that.
Oh, you want to finish the tournament?
Yeah, and forget the Mad Turk and Dancing Queen. It's all about Mamma Mia and Mohammed Mia at the moment. Mohammed Mia, here he goes again. The Turk can dodge bullets at a final table. FB, he is the dodger. He loves a ladder.
He knows how to play an FT when there's a lot of money involved.
Jack 10 suited for Andreas. Going to be open.
I'm on the bubble yesterday. I played with him. He's got ace king. I go queen. I jump. He raised and he jumped. You raised to 9,000. I have queen hold. He's got ace king. He's got massive teeth. He's got about 500k, and I have like.
Is it just distribution central at this FT? 10s now? Shan this time?
No, this one. Yesterday, we were playing yesterday, day 1. Maybe day 2. Queen is very hard to hold.
It's an easy jam for Shan here. Tower 17 bigs, 10s, not doing anything silly at the FT, just happy to send it into the middle. And frustrating one for Andreas, such a beautiful looking hand, the Jack 10 suited, but we know we can't be cool enough with Jack high here when Shan needs to be shoving fairly tight himself.
Your timing is wrong when you had aces.
Have they changed this to short deck? It could be.
I think he wants to call. Aces, you want to call? The flat, man. You get some action there. Yeah.
Where are all the crushes at? Do we think Mother's Day made less pros turn up? No, I think everyone was here that's local. And
yeah, there was only Ian and Eastate destined for Luton.
Yeah, what you got to remember as well, Captain, this is a £500 buy-in. It's not like a $12.50 like a GUKPT where people will maybe travel a bit longer for a bigger buy-in. Just a £500 buy-in, so I think it's only going to be like the London, Luton, Cambridge, or maybe down south catchment area. But I think all the pros, if that's what you want to call them, I think anyone around the Luton area within an hour would have played this. So Andreas opens from gun. Queen Jack raises to 90. Shan easy fold with King 6. Swanee with a Queen Deuce. Should be doing the same. Be a great start to his poker road trip if he went and shipped Luton main event for Swanee.
Absolutely.
Eight hours from Edinburgh. Drove down.
To be fair, he's only got a 4-hour drive to Blackpool.
I actually heard as well with the grip on his hands when he actually pulled up in the Luton car park, the actual steering wheel was burning. He'd been driving for 8 hours with that grip on the steering wheel for that long. There was smoke coming off of it by the time he got to Luton Tower.
When I heard, let go, I didn't realise it was a steering wheel. Get off me.
So Andreas with the top pair, just C-bet gets it through. David, our short stack now, runaway short stack as well with 7 BBs. Good time for Andreas and Mohammed to potentially make a few chips. Ladder's starting to get more significant. £1,200 ladder now, 4,390. Was for Sinead, everyone with 540 locked up, and next ladder is worth 2.2k. Up to 7-8 if we can outlast one more opponent.
Nice. Nice.
Pocket fours for Swanee, having everyone covered behind. Oh no, sorry, Andreas in the big, but still should open here as Swanee with the fours. The intention of calling off a jam from David. And no, gonna go with fold, okay. Might actually be okay. With Andreas in the big blind and small pocket pairs. Not the best hands to be dealt at final tables when the ICM is real. So Swanee just taking the disciplined approach there. Do you think his dinner had anything to do with it, Tower, with the force? Dinner's just come
100%.
50-50 whether we open.
I mean, my steak and chips before it gets cold. Who needs fours in this situation? Get me out of town.
So Matto flopping top pair, goes for a check, trying to induce from the chip leader for a spades turn. Now I'm going for a little 100k probe. Say probe, fairly hefty, 80% up. And Andreas can't do anything with 9-7, he will fold.
Thanks God for that.
The Turks, obviously, the distribution of cards from Luke is obviously not to his liking.
Why?
The swap dealers, he went, thank God for that. I say, blame the dealer.
Always the dealer's fault.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, going back to the hand Swanee would have hit his four. Should have ordered his dinner a little bit later.
It's not worth losing my job. I only want to go home today because I went out.
Speaking of dinner, might be our turn soon.
Good luck everyone, let's get this done.
It's a shot here, 9's under the gun. Should see open with the intention to call off a jam from David. That's the 7 big blind stack.
Raise to 80.
And probably with the intention to open and fold to 3 bets from Swanee, fold to 3 bets from Andreas.
Pass.
Which is going to be over to Mohammed in the big. It's got Queen 10, so one that will be defended.
Cool.
Eight, 6, 3 flop, 2 diamonds. Over a pair for Shan.
Check.
So I should see a bet. I should see a bet. That's around third, 175. Measuring huge.
We'll go for the big chip.
160.
We'll go for the big bet here with the 9s, and we'll lose Mo from the pot. Let's flush out that Equia 2 overs, winning itself. Zacabello is the pro something you should use often, Jay. It's just basically a term used for when you're in position, or you sort of, it's gone check flop and it's on the turn, and we just sort of want to bet small to flush out some equity, sort of get a better idea of our opponent's range. Basically just a term used for a small bet. That's basically it. Just save a syllable when speaking.
Oh, sorry. 40-14 Thursday night. I remember 6 people winning. 6 people, yeah. Oh, no. No, I can't be the only one that's tired then. No. Yeah. What's going on? It's a good structure. Pass.
10-8 for David.
Raise, all in.
7 bigs tower. We can wait for sure. As David, we got another 2 hands if we want to try and find something better than the 10-8 off. I'm surprised to see this for him. What did Jay put down as his answer? Quickly, still it, 2-4-2. And the winner was Dan Russell. And Mo does have a pair.
Swanee folded the 4s and would have hit a set. And makes the call with pocket 4s. So Shan out the way.
So everyone looking for ladders. It's a flip. David likes what he sees once we get called.
Hold.
Hold, says Mohammed.
Going all the way, guys. Best of luck for you.
Hold, says Mohammed. Holding so far. 10-8, needing to hit, running clubs.
Just a 10 or an 8 will do. There's
on a jack.
Or an 7, so
And a
that's a
7
double
as well.
Double gutty.
I don't mind ace or king.
And it's not, it's the ace of diamonds. So we are going to lose David in 5th place. David Gassin in 6th for £5,540. We are now down to 5. And the clock is now 30 minutes. It drops to 30.
Still 24.
Lines up next hand, as the dealer has just said. Always on point.
You said you were going to bring action. One person's out. I said I was here to drive. Drive action. I live for it. You got to keep me entertained and awake.
So we're on 5, not 7. Top right will get changed.
Pass. Option. Check. That is one of them.
Go on a Swanee dog, says Pete King. And he's got 2.2 mil. Favourite to win the hand.
Check. 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 That's 60,000.
That was a bad news, isn't it?
Check call from Swanee on the turn. After it's checked on the flop.
10-8.
We're going to win a small one. With a top pair.
As soon as it's called, I know it.
Turns into 2 pair on the turn.
Nice sense, sir. Thank you, sir.
Alright, blinds up now as well, everyone.
So the blinds are up on that 30-minute clock. 25.50.
Small blind, please, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Delays 20 minutes. 20 minutes. So if you are in touch with players around the table, all we ask is for no spoilers in the chat, because a lot of people don't know the players around the table. It's not happened for a long, long time, which is always good. But we very rarely get spoilers these days. But just to say, if you do know anybody. Oh, we got one the other day, which I laughed at. He was, Alexander, what's his name?
Mike Alexander.
Mike Alexander, his young lad watching.
Cool.
And, I had to laugh. Oh, my dad's just rang to tell me he's bust as he sat at the table.
Check. Check.
Which was funny. We were laughing and joking about it, me and Mike, after the day had finished. He says, oh, he's new to watching the stream, he gets a bit excited.
Yeah, 100.
So easy check call for Turk, lovely little check on the turn, just recognising this card will hit Mohammed's range as the opener, but when it doesn't, it is a card that he will heavily represent.
Middle pin, deuce. Please give him deuce.
Oh, the Turk says, do you do request, dealer? Dealer says yes. He says, well, I call then. He says, can I have a deuce?
Is that what he said?
Well done.
He says, can I have a deuce? Two of spades, it's a river. That's amazing.
I'm telling you more.
Show him the deuce.
You can look if you want to. You want to look? I was asking for it.
Brilliant.
I'm too good.
So we're down to 5.
Quickly show you guys what we got coming up for the year. If you enjoyed this, or if you like the look of the tournaments, we've got more stops coming up in the year. We're in Luton now, leg 3, off to Manchester for the next stop. Then 3 months off over the summer, but back with London, Leeds, London again, and then the Big E. Excuse me, in Coventry at the end of the year. That was a big one last year, 10-day, that one, and expect the same again this year.
Next leg, Manchester.
Yesterday, no, Friday, you were sitting next to me. He was talking to me. I was saying yes and no in between, but I did not understand a word. I said to him, mate, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I did not understand one word. Can you just speak a bit slow? You thought I wasn't understanding, didn't you? But you realized that.
Actually, no, you want to understand.
Swanee and 9s.
It's quite fun watching you going, yeah.
I was saying being nice to you, but I thought...
We've got these 3 big stacks, Andreas, Swanee, Mohammed at the top of the pack, not really going to want to play big pots with each other and tangle. Just the idea of trying to keep pots fairly small.
I swear, he lost me.
There's the call from Swanee.
125. Floor, feature.
There was a
stop. Floor, feature.
Oh, what's happening?
It's got to be cool.
Yeah, but I'm just going to check with you. Raised 125,000. Yeah. Announces 100 with the intention of a raise, but obviously we've already raised.
So we're going to call.
Just goes. Yeah.
Well, you mean to raise, yeah? He didn't announce.
He didn't say raise. He just said.
Yes. It's fatigue getting anymore. I've seen the black chips, I don't know.
Cool.
So Andreas does defend, and he flops about for Mohammed.
Queen 10-7, open-ender, Satan nut flush draw. Are you kidding?
Delicious. Difficult for Swanee to continue with 9s. Met with 2 overcards here, but do have position and getting a fairly attractive price tag. So wouldn't be surprised to take 1 off here. 9s, 9 of spades. Could definitely get behind it, get 4.5 to 1 on a call. It does make the call. Imagine a 9 on the turn.
Two of hearts.
Yeah, and just one that we can potentially go for some barrels on as Mohammed, but slows down in the form of a check. And Swanee probably would just wants to hunt for showdown here with the 9s. Check it behind. He's going to go for the bet. And may open himself up here, Tower, because Mohammed's actually got one that could definitely go for check raise. Still got all the strongest hands in the overpairs, the sets, Queen 10 as 2 pair. But he's just going to call and take his equity, which is the 8 of hearts, so should be check now, and 9's going to be good for Swanee. Who won the giveaway? It was Dan Russell, but we got another one coming up at 9 PM. Sorry, 10 PM. I'm losing track of time. I'm an hour behind. Just under half hour. We've got another giveaway coming up. And unfortunately for you guys, I hate to break it to you, Con Martiano, but it's a tower thinks.
What do you mean?
It's a tower thinks. You can be anything. It doesn't matter what the question is. I could just say to you, I wouldn't even have to unmute the mic. I could keep the mic muted, ask you a question, you'd write it down, and they'd probably have more hope of getting closer to that random number that you just wrote down on the piece of paper.
Jay has logic to his answers.
Raise 110,000.
Don't ask Baraka. Next question, please.
Yeah.
Not the best.
Have you got one on the subject we're good at?
Not the best with the football this weekend. Raise and take there for the Mad Turk with a 6-4 suit. It gets it through. But it's still deep as anything, as you can see, Tower. 18 bigs the short stack.
Yep. 2 out of 3 Towers treble. Preston. Preston, man. Let's have a quick look around the estate on the 25.50 Malarkeys. Newcastle hit the guarantee. Looked like it was going to struggle a little bit, but now hit the guarantee. So well done to those in Nuke. Oh, they're down to the final table. The final 7.
Is that the big shot?
Yeah, good luck with them. No, that's the 25.50 in Newcastle.
Oh. You seen who's still in the big shot? The 2 tables left, 11 left.
Matt Davenport.
The other Matt Davenport. If I said to you someone that's basically the same as Matt Davenport.
Cal Morial.
It is Cal Morial.
Cal, really?
He's still in the big shot. I think there's 11 left in that one, where there was when we come back from break. And Beefed Up says, what's happening tomorrow? Any tournaments on? Not from us. This is our final day. Been here since Wednesday in Luton. What's happening tomorrow is we will be en route to Blackpool, because we are here for the next week. This is the schedule. Blackpool, 10th to the 17th of March. Tara and I will be covering this from Wednesday via the live stream. 5 days of streaming yet again.
And if you check the app for day 1 that started, the mini main started with 69 runners.
Is that today? Blackpool?
That's today. It's already started day 1 here, 69 runners, considering all the 425.50s. Good numbers again in Blackpool, so the full schedule is there. We're back on Wednesday with the mini main final.
Yeah, and then High Roller Day 2 will be streaming Thursday, and then main event coverage throughout the weekend, Friday to Sunday, until we crown a champion. That's where we're off to this week, well, next week.
And Swanee.
And Swanee?
I didn't get there with the 9s.
No more friendship, yeah?
Oh, mate, I thought we were best mates. No, no. It's all a card game.
But still, I love you.
He was
It's all a card game.
best mate before the final, he was. Not anymore.
Queens for Andreas now. Has this guy brought the top hands with him to this final table? Aces twice, ace king twice, queens once. You can go a whole day without getting dealt any of those hands. Been sat here less than 45 minutes.
You went for a month in Vegas. Never saw hands like it.
I had aces once. That Vegas trip was insane. I know I play a bit of PLO as well, but Hold'em, to go a whole month and get dealt aces once. To be fair, the time I got dealt them was a huge pot in a very big spot. So they came at the right time when they did. But you can go session after session after session after session. You can go weeks without getting dealt aces, and Andreas finds the ladies here, makes it 120. Yeah, we're in heavy check here, Tower. I think this is pure check for Andreas. Jack 8-8. Don't think we're supposed to have any bets here. I think it's just pure check with entire range. But we'll see what Andreas comes with, because I don't think in this sort of buy-in level people find it enough. Cut-off versus button, they just instantly see bet, just not recognising that our opponent's range actually is stronger than ours as the flatter. Either way, does take the pot, gets Mohammed off the 5s. Yilmaz says, I reckon this final table is short deck.
And guess who's chip leader with 7 left in Leicester?
Rene.
Bixie.
Bixie. Go on the Bixie.
Bixie.
It happens, bro. Happens. You can go on such a dry spell.
Yep. Surprised you lasted 5 levels, to be fair, bro. Well done.
He bought in level 4.
I didn't tell us that, did he?
Yeah.
Didn't tell us that bit.
Ace King suited for Andreas. And what is going on? Is this guy feeling all right? He's probably thinking, what on earth is happening? I've never had a distribution like this in my life, and I just get it at a final table with 5 left. Leave some big hands for the rest of the table, Andreas. 9 data from Luke Littler again?
No way. Where? What are they playing now?
Swanee into King 8 off. Did Andreas limp? Oh wow, he's limped here. Not the biggest of fans of this one tower. Turk going to check his option with the Queen Jack of Hearts. Not sure what reason or what logic would lead us to go with limp here, but we are going to have action because it's top pair for the Mad Turk and Andreas flopping nut flush draw and 2 overcards. Fires for 75. USOP going to be sticking around for sure with his top pair. Wonder what he thinks of this limp range as well. What's supposed to be in there. 6 of hearts on the turn. Now decision for Andreas whether to double barrel here or whether to just take a freebie. And this is the problem with limping as well. When we go heads up versus Turk here, he's just got everything pure. He's got 9-4 off, he's got 9-6 off, he's got 4-6 off, he's got Jack 4 off. A lot of hands that he can actually have here, whereas when we open we can actually start eradicating certain hands from his range. But now we're just playing against a super wide uncapped range check from the big. And does go for the second barrel for 225 and Mad Turk calls once again. Pot size bet. Big river coming up.
There's the Jack for the Turk.
Yeah, and this is shut down central tower. We still beat some stuff like Queen 10 of clubs, 10 8 of clubs, 7 8 of clubs, all the combo draws that aren't a pair and a flush draw, still ahead of those. And this is the worst river in the deck for us to bluff, simply because now we're not getting Turk off a Jack. He's river trips and Jack X is going to be a decent part of his range, and he may also find some heroes with some 9X holdings once the Jack pairs. But Andreas does go for it with the Ace King suited. I'm not sure about that river bluff there, Tower. It's just one of the worst cards in the deck. And we have 2 clubs in our hand. We want Turk to have clubs. We still beat some combo stuff that we can show down against. He brings himself back south of 2 million.
Turk up to 2.7.
Yeah, can't raise there as Turk Tower, as Turk Brad. Simply because we only ever get called by better, because we're never going to find a bluff in that spot. So as soon as we raise, it's just always value. Therefore, where does our value start from? From Andreas's perspective, like Andreas just never calling aces, never calling kings if he did have these hands that opted to limp. And chip's important at the moment. Shan's still sitting there with just south of 20. If we suddenly go all in as a Turk, we get snapped, suddenly we're out in 5th place. Do like the call from Turk. King Jack for Swanee makes it 100. Andreas with 5-3. Counts out defending chips and does make the defend. King 3-4, 2 spades, nice spot for Swanee, and should be getting a smidge of action from Andreas here. Seems pretty clear this one a lot of the time going to see check back call, but Swanee mixing in a cheeky little check behind with the King Jack. Bit of deception.
And the 3 on the turn for Andreas.
Goes for 100k with his trips, and Swanee going to be calling 2 streets here, Tad, no matter what the river is. Maybe the ace of diamonds, maybe one that we can fold, but other than that, going to have to call any other river. Even the 9 of diamonds, once the flush completes, we can't check back this hand on the flop and fold it to a turn lead for third and a river bet for 40%. So easy call for Swanee. Going to get the bad news. Turn trips for Andreas. And Andreas gets some back that he just lost versus the Mad Turk. And we got a raid on Twitch from Worst Hands. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stream, guys. We are at the final 5 of the main event. We're playing for £34,000. Everyone already locked up 7,800, but all with the eyes on the first place. We got Yusel Imanoglu in the 1 seat, also known as the Mad Turk. We've got Andreas Orthodoxou in the 3 seat, Mohamed Mia in 4, Shan Jiang in 5, and Ian Swan is in the 6 seat. These are the 5 that have been playing for 2 days. Hundreds and hundreds of hands. And here they are, battling it out for the title in Luton. It's a good time to tune in as well, because we've got a giveaway coming up in 15-20 minutes time.
We have.
And the Mad Turk, he moaned about the dealer when he got up and got changed, and since Nate sat down tower, he can't lose a hand. He was right when he went to Luke. Thank God you're done.
He was like, don't come back.
Don't you come back. I've got my dealer at the table now. He deals me proper hands. And Mo peels the A7 off from the small. And Shan shouldn't defend this 3-way off of 15, I don't think. I think it has to go into the muck. It does go into the muck.
Check.
How are we doing, Sandra? Gutted I couldn't make the seniors, but I've had a lovely Mother's Day with the family. Good to hear. Hopefully you can enjoy the last of the stream this evening. Still think we got a good 3 hours, even with 5 players left. You know, the double bust out did help. All ends getting busted out and not doubling up, that does obviously help as well, but enjoying this one with 5 remaining. And we've got a giveaway coming up on Twitch in about 15 minutes time, so if you are watching on either YouTube or Facebook and you want to participate in that giveaway for a 109 closer seat tomorrow night on 888 Poker, get yourself over to 888 Poker TV on Twitch, because that's going to be starting in around 15 minutes. King Jack of Spades for Mohammed should be an open.
Raise 125. Plus.
Mad Turk 3 mil, Swanee 2.4, Andreas 2.3.
Folded round to Mohammed, going to open King 8 offsuit from cut-off. Swanee gets out of there. Mad Turk with the King 10 in the big. He won't be going anywhere though. Does defend.
Heads up. King 8, King 10.
Interesting turn card because Mohammed now turning flush draw and gut shot to go with his overcard, and Turk got a flush draw of his own. Top pair to go along with his. Goes for a big bet. 250 into 325. Healthy sizing from the Mad Turk. And Mohammed with the King 8 off, facing this particular size, does become a lot more dicey. Facing small bet, always calling. Gonna use a time bank for this one. Turk from the big and having us covered obviously can do a lot of leading with a lot of hands, any sort of 8x, any 7x, some bare diamond hands, there's a bluff hands like Queen Jack, King Jack, these type of stuff. We'll have those in there for bluffs, but from the big blind it's flip it around, also going to have all the 7-8, all the 10-9, 10x, maybe some 9x going for some value. Against this size, looks like Mohammed is going to let it go.
Turk, it's like playing a home game. Show me your card. No, you show me one. I'll show you one. Will you show me one? I'll show you one. Anyone know when the player for the golf? Which golf was that man a straw? Scotty Scheffler won the Arnold Palmer by about 28 shots.
Where was the king on the turn?
King on the turn would have brought fireworks, Turk.
Top pair with the middle pin. All in.
King 7 offsuit here for Swanee on the button. Folds and the Mad Turk. Like, getting some hands tower. I know not premium, but hands with some very nice playability and ones we can get involved with. Buying for this was £500, I knew. And a prize pool at the bottom of your screen. Coming along now. And this one should be getting through for you, Sel. The Mad Turk chipping away at the table tower. 3.3 million now, approaching the third of the chips in play. And Shan dwindling down, now sub 15. Blinds going up after this hand, so Shan going to be working with around 11 bigs.
Yeah. It's going to be a little bit crapshoot from now.
The Mad Turk. The Mad Turk has just said, God, look at this. Getting a bit crapshooty now. 35 bigs average stack.
Is that what he said?
And he's just, you know what he's doing, don't you?
I know exactly what he's
You know exactly what he's doing.
I know exactly what he's doing. Oh, it's
35 big blinds. He's getting crap shooting. Are you mad?
Getting crap shooty. Oh, I've got the chip lead now. Oh, does anyone want to chat numbers?
35 big blind average stack. And he's just said it's getting a bit crap shooty. Have you ever heard anything like it?
I said 1 to 75 Tower. That was the bet today. Mad Turk to initiate a deal at 1 to 75. £75 I had on it, and it's like putting £1 in my pocket.
Oh man. Oh. Has anybody said at 35 big blinds, cool, this is a crap shoot?
Yeah, it's just...
Not anybody ever.
Oh, the Mad Turk.
Oh, you gotta love him.
Crap shooting at 35 bigs average. That is brilliant. That is a line and a half. That from the Mad Turk. Crap shooting.
Oh dear. Brilliant.
Yeah, Mo. Love this from him. Going to attack some ace highs tower. This is going to be our board from the big. Go after some ace high holdings. Like expect the jack 10, queen 10, king 10 type stuff to just c-bet on the flop. Or at least delay continue after checking back versus big blind. So tidy one here from Mo. And should be working. Can't see how we can call here a shan't. Like Mo can just value bet some 2 pairs here if he really wants to. Be some call if we make it a sham, but when Mohammed just gets the value bet so thin here, maybe even a 9 once it checks all the way down, maybe even a 7. So much in there that he can have for value. I'd be surprised if Shan heroed this off with ace 10 tower. Be some call. Be hats off to him if he finds it, but I don't see how he can. Another time bank is used. Does come to the conclusion to fold. How are we doing, Sam Goodman in the chat? How are we doing? And you're going to love
for you, Sam.
So Sam Goodman was in the box earlier, and he has just put, when they discuss a deal, Jay, do they have to do a lot of debate in maths? Do you hear what happened to Sam earlier? I left him for 3 minutes in the booth. Eastie's here, by the way. I left him for 3 minutes. I had to go to the toilet. I left him for 3 minutes. Someone comes in the chat.
Nice hand.
Ace queen? Ace 10. Ace 10.
So here we go.
Eastie thinks.
No way.
You can do an Eastie.
We have got a gem for you in a bit. Here he comes. While Jay takes half an hour, we've got
How are we, guys?
the 888 streamer, Mr. Nick Eastwood, in the box.
I thought, shall I go around Luton town tonight, or shall I come and see Tower?
Well, we're glad we saw you after the results.
Yeah, well, to be
And
honest,
I'm
farcical.
And I'm pretty sure they heard you at Anfield
Yeah.
in the 93rd minute.
Well, 96.
Is that what it was?
Well, you mean the penalty decision?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it's just an absolute joke. I mean, the amount of decisions that club gets in their favour, I've never seen anything of the like. And we all know why it is. We don't even go there anymore. I'll go there anyway. You know how it is.
Come to join us for half an hour. Jay's just going to have a bit of supper. We are 5 players out.
Who's that sexy man in the booth? That's Tower. He's been here forever. 5 players left, yeah?
Yep, indeed it. And We got the Mad Turk already on the case. Jay put a line at 1 to 75 on Turk trying to negotiate a deal today.
Okay.
1 to 75. He's the absolute master at it. UK Poker Open last week. 5 left. Do you want anyone have a look at numbers? Shall we look at numbers?
Yeah.
He's just looked round at the clock. He went, look at this. It's getting a bit crapshooty, isn't it? 35 bigs each.
Yeah.
Average stacks 35 bigs.
There's no crap.
And then opening line. And then he just left it. So what he's going to do is going to leave it for a couple of hands. Yeah. 35 bigs. It's a big crapshoot this.
Pretty much jam or fold, isn't it? Really?
35 bigs. Average stack.
Well, there's some poker left in this.
There is. There really is.
I think I might have played against this. Was this the guy that was on my feature? Day what?
Mohammed? In the hat?
Yeah.
In seat 4?
Yeah.
Yes.
God, he was...
He's got the moves.
he moved some on me as well. He was playing some all sorts.
He is playing all sorts on this table as well. One thing the solver doesn't do is have a Mohammed at the table in your solving units.
Don't worry about that.
Let me tell you.
You want to talk about? Yeah, we just want to talk about and see how much people can get. Is everyone agree with that? Yeah.
Okay. I couldn't be happier.
Some a little bit of chatting going on. Have they no deal in sight so far?
Lay this hand down here, please.
Lay this hand. And we might look at numbers.
Okay.
He laid the foundations. The ground bait was already set.
This is like we're not even watching a poker tournament, we're watching art. We're watching dealing art.
Oh, brilliant. So they're looking at numbers. They're looking at numbers. So while they are looking at numbers, we might have to do. We might have to do. And Easty thinks.
Does Easty think he'll ever get to look at numbers one day? The answer doesn't know. I'll be more aggressive than Mad Turk if I go to this. I'll be asking for numbers. 2 tables left.
Shall we do an Easty thinks?
Let's do it.
We've got a 109 token to give away.
Okay.
We have a 109 token to give away. Shall we give away, while they're looking and talking, shall we do it? Lime Ricky, what does Nick think?
Cool, what a question that is.
So, we're going to ask Nick Eastwood a question. I'm going to have to work out the chat box and get there's your piece of paper, tempting. Piece of paper. There is your Sharpie. You write one answer down.
Yep.
And you write one answer down in...
It's not my first rodeo.
You've only got 10 seconds.
It's not my first rodeo here.
Okay. So Easty is going to be on it. While these guys are chatting, we've got a 109 ticket to give away. So, we are going to do it on... I had 2 questions for Jay.
Okay.
Would you like it on drinks or would you like it on Monopoly?
I'll take Monopoly, please.
Okay.
Please, Chris.
Okay. So, the rules. You guys on Twitch are the only people that can win it. So if you want to switch over, get yourself on Twitch. You've got about 5 minutes for the quiz. 888 Poker TV. It's been running on Twitch because 888 give us 5 tickets are worth 109 to play the closer tomorrow. Get yourself on Twitch. So Twitch answers only, please. So, one guess, duplicate guesses, you never win because Lime Ricky has got it there. No spamming, no duplicate guesses because you won't win and you get barred forever. So the question on Monopoly. You like Monopoly? You play Monopoly?
I used to partake. I haven't played in a while. It got very aggressive in my family.
Okay, so now you know how to play Monopoly.
Yeah.
You know how it wins.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Can you tell me in hours what is the recorded longest game of Monopoly?
Okay.
You've got 10 seconds. Have a think about it. Write it down in big letters. They're down there.
I've got 10 seconds.
You've got 10 seconds. Don't guess until Easty's put it down. You've got 5 seconds. You've got 4 seconds. You've got 3 seconds. You've got 2 seconds.
In hours, yeah?
In hours. In hours. What is the longest recorded game of Monopoly?
22,700, 19,000.
We have got an answer from Nick.
It's actually the correct answer as well.
You have now got 2 or 3 minutes while they're negotiating the deal and a couple of hands. We will get close to it. We'll write them down and we'll give you the correct answer, and then the answer from Nick straight after this. We've got about 5 minutes to get yourself in. The question is, what is the longest... I asked him if he wanted to do a question on Monopoly or on...
No, you do the Monopoly question.
I said, do you want a question on Monopoly or do you want a question on drinks? And he said, Monopoly, please. So the question was, what is the longest recorded game of Monopoly? In hours. So there we go. And we have got to now start checking the chat box.
I think I know this.
We've got to start checking the chat box. Thank you very much.
Just be around that.
This is me. This is me.
Oh, we're checking the chat box. They're still playing on because it looks like there was no deal.
No deal.
No deal. So I need a pen, I need a piece of paper, please. Thank you very much. Get my answers down on here and I'll start writing them down. Cheers.
Talking about the art of the deal, do you remember that, well you will remember because you were there, the one in Coventry where, I can't remember the geezer that negotiated, but he got like 1,000 less than first, and then just like, everyone just
Man
went
mock.
all- yeah, he just took everyone.
Man mock.
You know what I mean? So at least you get, you know that like, if you win, you can get like 27 something.
So, what is...
Why is everyone guessing in hours? Oh yeah.
Because I asked him
840 hours.
Because I asked in hours.
1,555. Are you okay?
So I asked in hours. I did say hours.
Okay. Well, that is hours. That's what I went for.
Yeah. So what is the longest game of Monopoly in hours ever recorded?
Right, well, what's the answer?
Well, I'll tell you the answer very
Well, the answer's actually...
I am.
The answer's actually this. Oh.
So the... So, what is the longest recorded game of Monopoly ever? I'll give you the correct answer very shortly when I have caught up with the chat box. If there's any action on the tables, we'll obviously bring it to you because we're in the final 5. What is the longest, in hours, what does Nick Eastwood think the longest recorded game of Monopoly is?
Meanwhile,
at the table,
Hamid opening up to 120 here with a King 10 suited and another very strong King suited here, King Queen for Andreas, who is just going to defend the big blind. There is a little bit more, I want to say, tightening up when people are starting to float the ideas of deals, because people don't want to see themselves adrift of the deal. So there will be a little bit more in the way of that, I would imagine. And this board is not going to lend itself to much tomfoolery, I wouldn't have thought. Both with King high, both with very little interest of doing anything but shutting down, it seems, at this point. Oh, a King on the river, though. Both players will think they have definitely the best hand at this point. And check. Check.
It has gone check.
What do you mean check? Everyone's got the nuts and it's gone check.
Would you put
I think I need to go to bed.
Has
that just happened? This is why I don't sleep very well, because I never make a final table. What's going on here? Check. So I guess I was right, like when the deals start getting floated, people don't want to get cut adrift. They just don't want to put money in the pot.
Of their price, whatever we get it.
Stains indeed. I mean, what on earth? I mean, I understand the King Queen not betting, but checking back King 10 now. King 776 3. I mean, come on. Let's put some money in the pot with top pair, guys. I've never even had top pair before. If I had top pair, oh my goodness.
So, the question for a 109 closer ticket that's going to be used tomorrow on 888 Poker is, what does Nick Eastwood think the longest recorded game of Monopoly is? In 30 seconds I'll give you the correct answer. In 30 seconds I will give you the correct answer.
More deal negotiations. I mean, we know Frankie won't have any of this if it's getting too... Look, you can see there on camera he's explaining to him. You want to make a deal, make a deal. You want to float about not making any deals, don't bother me. We want a concrete. You know what the deal? They probably already know what the numbers are. Everyone's already said no. Nothing's really changed. And someone just shut that top. Frankie's probably like, you just shut that top down. I'm not talking to you.
No, it's all the next level.
I've seen it one out or the next level.
Just kidding. Guys, don't cancel me.
I think he said until somebody.
Swanee, no idea what he's got because it's not in the RFID reader. And we'll never know.
Well, so they're still talking. They still want to.
Sorry, he doesn't understand what he's saying. What do you say?
I mean, this is, you have to understand at this point, they're in the middle of a hand. Everyone's still looking at numbers. This affects the play.
There you go.
It affects the play.
Yeah, they just asked if they can discuss another deal and they said no. Can't discuss another deal until one person goes out or it's the end of the level.
Yeah, absolutely. And you need to...
Yeah. So let's see if he can get a read. I don't think anything's going to happen in this. We've got Jack 3 against Moors. It shouldn't be raising. Milton won't be calling. Let's see if we can get a tell. Let's see if we can get a poker tell off Mr. Nick Eastwood. So, the question was, as we're not calling 8-6, we're already thinking about numbers. We asked the question to Nick Eastwood, how long is the longest recorded game of Monopoly in hours? Don't give them your answer. Don't touch, don't think. Let's see if we can get a tell, because you've got 30 seconds after he might let you know. The correct answer...
Not the winning answer.
Not the winning answer. The correct answer is 1,680 days. It lasted, hours. It lasted for 70 days.
Wow.
1,680 hours of Monopoly without anybody tipping the board. But that's not the answer we want. We want to know if you've got to tell off this lad, and we'll give you the answer in 1 minute.
No, yeah, but they change your mind.
Well, I guess I definitely gave Race and Tells. To be honest, like, someone put in that answer earlier, and I was like, "What are you doing?" So clearly they looked it up.
They've googled it.
Yeah, they've googled it. But
the best
thing
about this is you
don't
can't.
matter. You can know the answer.
You can't Google our answer that's going to be needed to be the closest to what Nick thinks, because this is a Nick thinks question.
Nowhere near.
Imagine playing Monopoly.
Imagine playing Monopoly for like 2 hours. It starts to get a little bit grainy. And then everyone just agrees to like who won, you know, kind of thing. Not me personally. I just grind everyone into the
1,680 hour game of Monopoly.
Luckily for all you guys, it's nowhere near what I said. So
you've got about 30 seconds before. Don't multi-guess, please, because they will be checking. We can read out the winner. So we asked Nick for a 109 ticket for tomorrow's close. Is included. Get ready to close the comp line, Ricky, in 10 seconds. We asked him how many hours is the longest recorded game of Monopoly. The correct answer is 1,680 hours, and we've no idea why.
We've no idea.
But in 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, Lime Ricky, close that competition. There we go, Lime Ricky, contest is closed. So, while there's nothing actually happening at the tables, you can run us through
this answer.
And what you'll have to do is get that really close to the camera.
Okay. So as you can see, there's no tomfoolery. My answer was written down, and this is what I went for.
So, did you have a theory?
Yeah. So no. Well, you gave me 10. I usually get longer than 10 seconds. So I was thinking, okay.
How long would you have liked?
2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yeah. Because I like to think about these things. I'll piece it all together. Okay. So
that's why I'm way out. I get 10 seconds and I'm millions out.
Yeah. So I think I would have gone. I think I would have gone longer eventually if I'd had longer. I would have gone for more time. But because I didn't have a lot of time, I just went, that sounds like a long time, and I just picked obviously my favourite number and added 2 on. So
you went, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. 222. 222 hours, and the closest.
That sounded long as well.
The closest by 1 hour.
Yeah.
223. Jedemonus.
Have they not already won? They haven't already won a ticket.
No, I don't think so.
They were on the list.
They were before. They were listing before, but they didn't win it. Jedemonus.
I'm not surprised to see Jedemonus win off of me.
223 was the guess. Lime Ricky. There you go. Already got it.
This geezer wins all my tickets as well.
And we're going back to the table because Mo's called with the ace-10 against Shan's queen-10.
Oh, wow. And dominating. We could be going to four-handed here.
We could be going to four-handed, and you know what that means when these get four-handed and we lose a player.
Snap deal. Literal snap deal. Nothing there to trouble.
We need a
Mohammed.
queen.
It's a big flip for Mohammed. Well, not a flip, but like if he holds here.
Oh, jack for the chop. No, sorry, a jack for the win.
Jack for the win here.
A jack or a queen. It is not, it's a 6. Taps the table. Shan, great effort. Was on our feature table and our live stream quite a lot this week.
Right.
But Mohammed.
It's a huge moment for Mohammed because he knows now he's in the deal, you know, and everyone's quite close. He was shorter. If he loses that, Shan's a very good player. Obviously, he's back in the mix. It could have gone anywhere from there, and they wouldn't have been able to deal. And Mohammed might have been out in 5th, you know. So that was a huge hold for him. And now they're going to talk, and we may get a little bit more of a result. They are quite close together now.
Yeah, and you know exactly what's happening now.
Yeah.
We've lost one. Let's count the chips.
So tilting when the other person has gone out.
And yeah, you've just got Shan still fist pumping everybody at the table, and they're all shouting, "Come on, let's deal!"
Yeah, and this is the thing actually. Chef Brad Poker brings up a good point. Mad Turk is famous for wanting to do deals, and the only person that's got a not commanding even, but a chip lead of any sort is Mad Turk. But Mad Turk loves a deal. So it's not going to stop him dealing. He wants to deal. And the fact that he is so adamant on dealing might make the other players get a little bit more out of him, to be honest with you, than he should be giving away, because he clearly really wants to deal.
I think they're only going to do ICM. They can only do ICM, surely.
Well, if I was on this table, not that I ever would be, but I'd be trying to get more out of Mad Turk if he desperately wanted to steal so much, to be honest. If I had 58 big blinds and I was on this table.
Yeah. I'm just trying to read the name. Darwin Classic.
Yeah.
Is that from Australia or near Blackburn?
I reckon near Blackburn. All these players, they end up being from Blackburn in the end. Like it's more likely to be the less exotic version, I imagine.
My niece lives in Darwin. In Australia.
2.4 million.
Lovely.
So they are checking numbers as soon as Shan went out. Well done to Jedemonis. Got himself a 109 token tomorrow for the closer. Well done.
Good luck.
Who wants to play Monopoly for 1,680 ounce?
I don't.
3.
Oh. Well, Turk obviously well within its rights to negotiate, and whatever if they get ICA, I think
you tell
it's
something,
pretty
I tell
favourable
you,
to him
okay?
anyway.
Everyone agreed to play 2,000 each.
Yeah,
whoever plays, you have
everyone's
to be
worked really
accepted.
hard to get to this point, playing for 2 days straight.
You accept it?
He says he wants to leave 2. He says he wants to leave 2.
No,
2.5, so it's 10.
10.
Who am I to say any other
Wait
way?
to see what we have.
Yeah.
Okay, so everyone
Thank you.
deal,
Take
yeah?
10
Deal,
out,
yeah?
and rest of them divided by IC.
So each one get 2.5.
We can't. Can you hear what's going on?
Okay, just do it.
I'm just trying to work out what kind of deal they're trying to do.
No, why 2.5? Make it 2,000.
That's what he wants.
No, make it 2,000.
I just thought it's around 10, 2.5.
8,000.
Frankie won't tolerate this for 2G too long.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
So we
then
do this.
you will get 22,
They'll want
380,
it to keep moving.
19,
If it's not going to go,
19, 647, 18,
it looks like
700,
we might get
and
somewhere
it's
here though.
8,000
From the
levels.
expressions,
There's still 8,000 left.
it looks like we're going to get
So
somewhere.
then we're going to play for 8,000 anyway. We don't need to put from
Yeah,
pocket.
but I'm not getting any different. We're all getting the same money.
You see that?
Especially
You
with the
done
chip lead,
every
like I
time as
said,
a problem.
yeah, but I've got double
Come on,
chips.
bro. No,
It
last
might
time
be.
you did the same thing as well.
The others,
Yeah, and I make me lose my
they've all
chip.
got like 35 big blinds, I think, and Turk's got
They're
58.
just trying to do an ICM, and I think it goes 21, 20, 19, or 22, 21, 21,
Yeah, and you know how much I got?
19,
2.4.
Turk
How much I
19,
get?
right?
and then taking 2,000
I'm
off
sorry to
each.
say
That
that.
doesn't sound right.
No deal.
What, Turk on 19?
Because this is rubbish. I'm getting to Frankie, you don't come anymore here.
Oh, they've gone.
That's it. You don't come anymore. I don't want you here anymore. No, I'm getting 3,000, man. I'm not getting more.
No deal.
But you knew what you were getting.
There we go.
I know
Let's
it,
carry
I know
on.
it.
No
This is
deal.
what we
Sit
do.
back
That's
down
why
and
I
carry on
told you.
playing.
I want to get to the same money.
There was a little bit of
I never do
conjecture
deal.
here,
I
though.
never do deal. You know what I mean? Because last time you did the same thing.
All you can do is announce if someone has already specified clearly they don't
No,
want to do it.
because
That's
I
the
don't
end
want
of it.
him to bring him
We're
and
going to carry on the clock.
keep
The next time
counting
you
and
can
he
do
said no.
Seemingly a
You know what I
quite
mean?
difficult table to negotiate.
I'm getting the
Go.
same money.
Next time you can talk a deal is when one person is eliminated.
I'm getting the same money.
No
What's
deal.
different? 4 people left. I'm still
I'm
getting the
surprised they
same
weren't
money.
able to get something done there. Everyone seemed pretty happy to talk, and then and then it just fell apart.
Yeah.
There's just not, there is not a lot of tolerance for you know, stalling in the deal talks. Like, here's the ICM, you don't want it, don't worry about
The
it.
payouts anyway, let's have a quick scan of the payouts,
Yeah, that's
so we can pull them up. So 11,000, 17,000, 25, and 34.
That's huge.
They're the payouts right now. That's what they're going to get. And I think Turk was 4th in chip. Was he 4th in chips and locking up 18 or something like that?
Yeah. I mean, this is so. They're all quite. I'm surprised they didn't deal there because there's a 23 bag difference between 4th and 1st here. I'm surprised that. I wonder who it was that. Because usually 1, isn't it? But look how close that is.
Yeah.
I mean, this is really, really high variant stuff now. I'm super surprised that they didn't get anything done there. I'm not gonna lie. But we're here to play poker. It's a poker tournament after all. So let's get it done the old-fashioned way. Pistols at dawn.
That's it. I think that's it. So 4 players are left. There is no deal. They did try to work one out, but there is definitely no deal at this moment in time.
Yeah.
34,000 next out as it stands.
Controversially, this poker tournament will be decided by poker. Kings for Mohammed. First hand after no deal. Rewarded. What a life. Gonna open things up here. Offer 2.4 million. And a 60k big blind. Goes to 160. It's a little bit larger than traditional, obviously, but when everyone's a bit deeper and you don't get jammed on as often, it can be fine. Oh my goodness. Pocket 8s. I mean, 4-handed, this is a monster. Pocket 8s is huge, 4-handed.
Definitely caught.
I mean, it's strong enough to do more than that with, for sure. And it's gonna be more, is it?
Yeah, it is.
It's gonna be more.
100k chips.
4-handed, the Pocket 8s is just a powerhouse.
Looks like 420, 450, is it?
525 here.
3 bets to
Tower.
525.
And now Mohammed can't believe his luck. He's going to repop it, I imagine. I can't imagine a flat here. He's going to get popped. And then Turk will have a tough spot with pocket 8s.
But you know what happens when 8s see a flop?
I know. I've seen it. Ian did it to me. I bust my first bullet. I bust my first bullet in the main for Kings against pocket 8s, actually. This exact matchup. All in. I mean,
There's all in.
This is filth. And I don't think it's a fold, but like it's got to be so tempting to because you're still chip leader if you do fold in Turk's shoes. But this is a... I mean, this is just a cool... 4-handed 8s against Kings is just... You don't really expect to see people getting away from it too often. If you're going to get away from it, it's going to be in this configuration, like under the gun versus blind. Well, cut off versus blind.
And also them two at it with the deal going on.
Yeah.
Is that a factor? And does he think that...
it's okay for you to ask me to show.
I think Mohammed just had to table King 10 on King 17, 6-3. So, I have to be honest, like, I don't think he's going to be up to it very often. If anyone's paying any attention at all, you see that check back, you have to assume that it's only nut in that spot, and it was. Maybe if, you know, with a little bit of hindsight, Mohammed might want a flat there, but it's so tempting to jam, obviously. But you might, in position, flatting Kings there is such a monster 4-handed. Like, obviously you don't want to see an ace roll off, but, and if you did have aces, calling is definitely the play, but maybe we could find a call. Maybe we could find a call. And apparently, I can't hear anything, guys, but apparently Tower, there's some good banter.
Every now and again we stick on the old... and he wanted to see the cards as well, and then...
No, Kings, I swear. It's a bit difficult, isn't it?
I swear.
Between back and forth.
I swear. You see, okay.
Maybe it's pistols at dawn.
They look the same, ace and king.
15 minutes later I will see, ace is kings.
Turk folds.
I swear, I'm not lying.
No problem, mate. No problem.
In the small blind now with Andreas, King 4, pretty standard limpage, if you like. Can do some raising. Just don't fold.
He left. Yeah, he's always down on him. I never jam on him.
Looks like it's going to be raised, which I don't mind at all. Mohammed going for the rubs on the cards. Not what he'll be looking to find. Apparently someone folded King 9 of clubs. I mean, if people are checking back King 10 on that board and folding King 9 of clubs, I'm surprised not that a deal didn't get done, is my point. That's my point.
10 seconds.
But the people that didn't deal, you know, if people didn't deal and they know that a deal could be done on the next bust, then they might be trying to hang on a little bit longer, just to see if they can creep into the deal discussions, which could force folds from stuff like King 9 of clubs in a certain mentality, that's for sure.
10 minutes to go. Is there a break after this level? Yes, there's a 15-minute break at the end of this level in 9 minutes and 20 seconds.
Exactly that. Everyone's so close now, and I bet everyone's wishing they could talk about numbers again, but they can't, guys.
Until one person has been eliminated.
And yeah, I mean, they're probably kicking themselves a little bit because this is, I mean, everyone's super close in chips, and there is just the amount of ICM pressure here. There's so much money, like between fourth and first. It's 11,000 for fourth and 34 grand for first.
Yeah.
And you know if you bust, you're getting frozen out of that deal that's probably going to get done. And everyone's so even, it's like a horrible spot that everyone's found themselves in here, but obviously a nice one at the same time, because everyone's taking home at least 5 figures here. Out the way.
11,000 next out, then 17, then 25, then 34.
Andreas going to flat the button here with King 10 off, which I like. Wants to play in position against Turk.
Yes, Jack 5 flop. Turk flops best.
Yeah, a good board for the aggressor, obviously, most often. There will be slightly stronger flatting ranges, I imagine, from Andreas in this spot, knowing what we know about the deal situation and that everyone's very close. He may play more flats than normal, I don't know. With a gut shot here to the nuts, a very close spot because it's kind of like not that attractive, but also you kind of have to just go with it once. Your overcards could also be live, we know that one of them is.
10 seconds.
No backdoor flush draw, which would definitely push him over the edge to call, without a doubt. Does fold this time though, I can understand it. This is true, Captain Jack. If everyone wants to deal, then pressure. But I don't know exactly where the deal went short, so I don't know who we should be pressuring or who we shouldn't be pressuring, you know. So I'm not sure who didn't want it. We know that Turk probably did, maybe just not the exact format of the deal that took shape in the end, because he did have a chip lead. But what we do know is, or what I know at least, is that we have to play cards until we're at least 3-handed. We will not be talking about numbers again.
Nope, not at all.
And
at all.
That's good, because it does create a pretty insane dynamic where everyone knows that they really don't want to bust fourth, because you're now thinking it's not fourth to third ladder you're thinking about, it's fourth to ICM chop ladder, and that's a big difference.
Yeah,
that's about 10 bags probably.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is just not the one to miss out on.
So 4 minutes to the break.
What was the answer?
Oh, we'll just get Jay in 30, 20, just after the end. I don't think anything's going to really happen.
There's a reach here.
Turk's raising up. Mohammed is going to fold. Thinks he's picking on him. Shows the king 3. So I asked Nick what the longest recorded game of Monopoly was in hours, and Nick's answer was what was your answer? Nick's answer was 222.
I remember years and years ago that there was a record for playing the longest Monopoly 12 days, because it was played in the tree house. I remember it was played in a tree house, and it was 12 days. So I thought it would be around 280 hours.
Well, the tree house is actually quite interesting, because the tree house was 99 hours. The biggest recorded game of Monopoly in hours is 1,680 hours. 70, whatever it is, 70 days.
You know that's
a long game.
I don't know, that's more than 3. 1,680.
But then the leaving the game and coming back to it. They're not continuously playing without sleep. So it doesn't really
That's
count.
that's the longest recorded
I mean,
game.
the game still goes on. It's
Exactly.
the same format.
That's
so.
the longest recorded game. 1,680 hours.
Hope someone
And
was-
nobody tipped the board.
The board's probably worn. There's no board left.
And three or four people got it bang on, 1,680. Amazingly.
So for the correct answer is no prize. Well, that's actually not true at all. The correct answer was my answer. So
And
you're
nobody got that
absolutely-
either.
You're absolutely not right. If you had gotten 222, which was the correct answer, you'd have won.
Jedeminas won the closer ticket, and he's playing the closer tomorrow. As we are 4 minutes from the break.
We're getting a few people cut away from the 50 big line mark now in the 34 range.
But he worked it to perfection, didn't he? Oh, it's 35 big, so it's getting a bit crap shooty now.
It's so funny that is.
3 hands later.
Average stack 35
3 hands
bigs.
later. Shall we look at numbers?
Just put the seed in everyone's head, just planted that seed. What a guy, the man.
Oh, brilliant. There's been no deal twice.
Day before yesterday.
Yeah.
There has been no
No
deal
deal at
twice.
five-handed, no deal at four-handed. And it's all gone down very well, and no one said a word about it since.
34,000.
Not true. It's been the talk of the table, and the first hand after the no deal last time was Kings against pocket eights, and we didn't get it in.
No.
Because everyone's terrified of missing out on this deal. And also, Mohammed's obviously super knighted when he falls in that spot. Often enough. Queen 3 suited for Andreas in the small blind.
Too small from Turk, way too small.
What is the decision going to be here? Using all the bank.
Oh, those would fold.
Big blind
Oh,
jack.
sorry, I thought Andreas was in the big. I thought this was blind on
No,
blind.
he was.
Ignore me. Ignore
We
me.
try to, but you won't shut up.
Yeah, I know. This is why you're in. This is why you're in, Steve. I thought it was blind on blind. Sorry, perfectly fine from Toby open the size. And perfectly fine the Queen 3 suited fold.
Cheers, mate. Good to have you back. Christ. Oh, it's Jack 4 suited. Jack 4 offsuit's in there, by the way. We've decided to get involved. And unless something happens here, I don't think it's going to be possible for Hammer to lose his hand. Unless something very strange happens. It's not going to.
So the last couple of hands of the session, and then a 15-minute break, and then we're back with more action. 4 players left. Shan, the last person out. 4 players left. Not sure if they're going to have a chat off the tables just to see what is happening, I'm sure. But they will be back in 15 minutes time, so we're back at just after 11:15 to 10:45, about 10:48 in total, but we'll stick the 15-minute timer on from now to get you back in positions. No deal. They tried doing a deal
twice.
500. They tried doing a deal 400. There has been no deal agreed, which means we're down to 4 and no deal.
Just remind me, has there been a deal at all? Mad Turk, under the gun / cut off. Goes for 125, and an unknown hand from Andreas here on the bun.
10 seconds.
We don't know what Andreas has, but we have to assume it's pretty good because he wants to bump it up to something like 500, 525 it is. And Mad Turk can't possibly continue against this aggression out of position with this hand. I mean, you could bang it in if you want. Don't call, but if you banged it in, I mean, who knows? Be a lot of folds, I suppose. Andreas again, probably very tight. Does pick up some blinds, and now Swanee at the bottom of the pile with 30 bigs. Not cut adrift by any means. A double up, we'll see him chip lead no matter who he doubles from. But it's starting to get.
We are just literally going to do one more hand with 10 seconds left on the clock.
dip in the tea with the biscuits here. I like that from Swanee.
Yep. So last hand of the session, and then a 15-minute break.
Some rich tea biscuits. No deal, but there is
Off
some
we go.
rich tea biscuits.
No, that's all right. Might have been part of the deal.
Could have been.
Andreas gets out of the way, takes his 15 minutes. More with 10-8.
Pretty reasonable hand to open in this dynamic. He fancies it.
He has opened it. Yeah, makes it 150.
Ideal, Pete. Ideal.
Fold. Madset wants to call with the ace high. So off to the flop, the last hand of the session. No deal has been done.
These guys are our two quote-unquote chip leaders, so they are incredibly disincentivized to play poker against each other. But these must four-handed, and Mohammed takes a pretty good lead here with the 10-8. Does go check. Pretty dicey looking turn card on the face of things. Doesn't change actually that much from what we can see. And now Turk's deciding to bet. No club in his hand. 9 of clubs I would like a lot more than 9 of spades in this situation. Does bet. Mohammed's got a pretty tenuous link to this pot with this 10-8. There's a lot of different hands you could have here that are a lot better to have. Many of them have a club in. Some of them have a queen or a jack in. So this is probably one of those hands we have to let go.
Yeah, indeed it is. Let it go. We will see you back in 15 minutes. I'm not sure these will be talking at the break. See you soon.
Poker Ambassador. Here are 5 tips to help you adjust to mystery bounty tournaments. Preserve your stack. Stack preservation is very important in mystery bounty tournaments. The prize pool is divided in 2, with half going to the general prize pool and the other half to the bounties. For this reason, having a wealthy stack when the bounties kick in can generate a lot of value. You might want to approach some spots in a more conservative way, when close to the bounty stage, in order to preserve your stack. A big stack lets you cover most of the other players, and with that comes the chance to eliminate them and win the mystery bounty prize. You may also want to avoid battling other big stacks and don't make marginally profitable plays that can compromise a big chunk of your chips. You can also exclude the bottom of your range when calling all-ins or even jamming yourself. Categorize your opponents. Being able to categorize your opponents is key in mystery bounty tournaments. 888 Poker has an extensive mystery bounty tournaments offering every single day. After playing many of these, I realized that most players in these tournaments will play very aggressively and looser than in other traditional tournaments, probably because they want to build a big stack. I recommend that you bet bigger and more often with your value hands than you normally would. If you're seeing that your opponents are playing very loose, you're going to want to bluff a little bit less often. Focus on making chips with your big hands. Adjust to different stages of the tournament. Understanding the stages of mystery bounty tournaments is key to doing well in them. You have to adjust or you will struggle to really succeed. Once the bounties kick in, your fold equity will be smaller as players are incentivized to call all-ins in order to win a bounty. You will often see players calling you down with hands they never would in other tournaments. For this reason, I would go all-in with a tighter range than I usually would in traditional tournaments. Cut out some suited connectors and instead give priority to high cards and pairs. Pay attention to the remaining bounties. When you're playing a mystery bounty tournament, keep your eyes on the bounty list, as you need to know which bounties are still up for grabs. The average value of a bounty will vary according to those that are still available. Let's say all the major bounties are already gone. In this situation, the chips will probably have a higher value than a bounty. But if all the big bounties are still in, and there aren't so many players left, it's likely the bounty value will be higher than the chips. So don't focus too much on making a pay jump. Knowing which has more value, the bounty or the chips in play, will help you adjust and aim for the biggest payday. Don't forget about the prize pool. Don't forget, when you're playing mystery bounty tournaments, they do still have a prize pool. It's not always just about winning the bounty in a hand. Don't overvalue knocking out an opponent just for the bounty. I've seen so many blunders from people compromising their entire stack just to win a bounty and forgetting about the general prize pool. Most of the times, you still will need a strong hand to call a lens. Don't just gamble for the sake of it. You have to evaluate risk and reward. If you bust out with a bad hand trying to take a bounty, you miss out on the rest of the tournament. Mystery bounty events are incredibly fun and can add a new layer of excitement to the game. And don't forget, always play responsibly.
You've probably heard that aggression is important in poker, but do you know when and how to play aggressively? My name is Alexandre Mantovani, also known as Cavalito, and today I'm going to share 5 tips to help you introduce more aggression into your poker game. Identify which boards are better for your range. When we raise and get called, there are some boards we can be very aggressive on. Let's assume that we open raise from early position and get called by the big blind. Any board that has 1 or more high cards, jack or higher, is usually a good board for us, and in the vast majority of them, we can bet our entire range. Picture a king, queen, deuce rainbow flop, for example. We have a lot of very strong hands in our range that our opponent simply does not have. We can have kings, queens, aces, and ace-king, which probably all of them our opponent would 3-bet pre-flop. So even if we have a part of our range that doesn't connect with this board, like ace-8 suited for example, we can still bet, and our opponent will have a hard time with a lot of hands they have, even folding better hands than ours, like pocket nines for example. Explore capped ranges. Another opportunity to be more aggressive is when your opponents have capped ranges. This time we open from the hijack and our opponent defends the big blind. We see a jack-10-5 flush draw flop and our opponent just calls our continuation bet. It's very likely that with this more connected board texture, our opponent would raise their strong hands aggressively, because a lot of scary cards can come out on the turn. Basically, any card from the 7 to the ace and any heart would make it pretty unlikely for our opponent to just have called us with a hand like ace-jack. That means that if the turn is a blank, we can play very aggressively, since our opponent is going to have at most a weaker jack-x type of hand, but usually a 10x or worse, and they're going to have a hard time calling down. Identifying these scenarios will increase your aggression naturally and will turn you into a very hard opponent to play against. Size matters. Being smart about the size of our bets is another way to add aggression to your poker game, as your bet sizes will have a direct impact on your opponent's continuing range. If you're playing against the big blind on a 9-5-3 flop and you bet 1 big blind, your opponent is going to continue with any piece of the board. On the other hand, if you bet full pot with this texture, our opponent is definitely going to fold most of their 3x, 5x, and weak straight draws. Your bet sizing will also have a big impact on how the hand is going to be played on future streets. If you bet 1 big blind on the flop and the turn is a 3, you should be somewhat careful because your opponent is going to have this card in their range more often. However, if you bet full pot on the flop and the turn is a 3, you can keep betting your best hands for value and be less concerned that your opponent has hit that card. Think about which part of the range you're targeting. With all of the poker training software out there these days, sometimes people forget that poker is a game of people and logic, and sound logic sometimes gets very similar results as software does. Let's go back to Jack-10-5 flush draw. Turn 6, river king, and we have a hand like king queen suited. We know our opponent has gotten to the river with a weak jack most of the time, so we can still extract value from these hands with a not so large bet, like half pot. In the same context, we are going to have some bluffs like queen 8 suited, and some value hands like ace queen or queen 9, and these hands benefit from very large bets. Queen 8 to make the opponent fold their weak jack-x, and ace queen, queen 9 to make the opponent call with king queen or king 10 that they might have connected. Knowing which part of your opponent's range you're targeting will help you choose when to turn up the aggression. Know when to shut down. Even though the video is about aggression, it is important to remember that sometimes you have to just shut down. Aggression increases your profitability when now executed in the right spots, but sometimes we just have to shut down or we're going to lose a big chunk of this profitability. On the previous 9-5-3 board scenarios, we bet pot and get called. Turn 8, we bet again and get called again. Then the river pairs the 9. This is a scenario that we have to be very selective about both our value hands and our bluffs. By betting twice on this board, our opponent's range gets to the river as mostly 9x or better. So not value betting a hand like pocket 10s and shutting down sometimes with our bluffs like ace deuce is important. As you can see, there are plenty of opportunities for you to introduce more aggression to your game. Study these spots and see for yourself what impact being more aggressive can have on your profitability. Which spots do you struggle with being more aggressive? Let us know in the comments below.
One of the most common situations you'll encounter in poker tournaments is defending your big blind. Both folding too much and playing back in the wrong situations can be a big leak of chips. there are a lot of factors that come into how you proceed. I'm Ian Simpson, Poker Pro and 888 Poker Ambassador, and these 5 tips will help you navigate when and how to defend your big blind. Defending your big blind and position. Like so much in poker, position is key when defending your big blind. If your opponent opens from early position, they've done so with up to 8 players left to act after them. Their range, therefore, is stronger than if someone raised your big blind from late position. Against an under-the-gun raiser, you defend your big blind less often than you do against a button raiser. You'll need a stronger hand to go up against your opponent's stronger range. A hand like 10-7 offsuit looks like a decent hand to defend your big blind with, but I would only do so against someone in late position and not against an under-the-gun raiser. It just doesn't have enough equity against an early position's more robust range. Defending your big blind by raising. Defending your big blind doesn't mean just calling, it means 3-betting too. The later the position your opponent raised from, the more you should be 3-betting, both as bluffs and for value. The earlier the position of your opponent, the tighter their range has to be because they've got so many players left to act after them. You'll be 3-betting less against an early position raiser since you're against a stronger set of hands. Similarly, when you face an opponent from later position, they can be playing more hands since there are fewer people left to beat. This allows you to 3-bet more often since you are against a weaker range. So, against a late position opponent, ace-jack suited is a value 3-bet. But against an opponent from early position, it is often better just to call from the big blind as they have fewer weaker hands that can call your value raise. Defending your big blind depending on raise size. You will face a number of different raise sizes while defending your big blind. The smaller your opponent raises, the more hands you get to play. The larger they raise, the more expensive they make it, the fewer hands you get to play. A hand like Jack-Deuce suited is a fine hand to defend against a minimum raise, but if your opponent is raising to 3.5 big blinds, then it becomes a fold because you're getting a worse price. You should also 3-bet less often against the larger raise size, as you will be up against a stronger range of hands in that situation. Defending your big blind and stack sizes. How deep you're playing plays a big factor in how widely you'll defend your big blind. Suited hands, like 9-2 suited, have decent implied odds of 30 to 60 big blind stack depths for when they make a flush and end up getting paid by 2 pairs. However, when you're below 15 big blinds, the implied odds just aren't there. This makes the worst suited hands not worth defending in many situations. There also comes a tipping point at very deep stacks, where the worst suited hands actually begin to have reverse implied odds. This is because if your flush gets into a situation where 200 big blinds are going into the middle, your opponent will often have your flush dominated. They won't be paying you off with 2 pairs and the like as they would be when stacks are shallower. Defending your big blind and ICM. ICM, or the independent chip model, is an important concept in tournament poker. Without going into too much detail, the model demonstrates how important survivability is in tournament poker. It's a disaster to bust just before the payouts in a tournament. Some middling stacks are often forced to play tight and wait for short stacks to bust to avoid being eliminated before them. This means that we have to defend our big blind much tighter. Without ICM considerations, a hand like ace-deuce offsuit would make a fine hand to defend the big blind with, by either raising or calling. However, if you're approaching the money bubble, you might be better off just folding a nebulous hand like this while you wait for short stacks to bust out. So there you have it, 5 factors that influence how you should defend your big blind. The real challenge comes from combining all 5 of these aspects to come up with a game plan for all the situations you will find yourself in.
There are aggressive poker players out there that would move all in here with 9-8 suited.
Oh, he did.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Snap. He hasn't really been doing that, and he's run into a monster, and this tournament could be over. Our short stack has picked up ace-king.
Yep.
This is an incredible situation for them. Exactly what they're thinking about. Oh, it just got more interesting.
But Duarte already folded queens. Oh, but this time he's going to move all in.
Alonso with the short stack, and he's all in.
5-4-4. Maybe he just knew the 10s were going to hold this time, and the 8 queens would not.
Well, let's see if he's right.
Running 4s will also win it for Alonso.
That's the cool way to win it. Bang.
Yeah. Alonso now drawing dead, and he will be our first elimination. Out in 9th place. Grane, after winning a hand with 5-4, picks up 2 blackjacks.
What a hand this is. Six-handed. Extremely powerful.
Yeah, Lechner might have thought about a 3-bet there if he was deeper, but
I think Lechner might want to just calm. Oh dear, this is brutal.
amazing for Maru.
So we are back, guys. I'm in the booth with Nick for 30 minutes. Going to join us for 30 minutes more. Then he's going to get off, done a bit of comms with us today to help us out. Tal's just going to have some dinner. Four-handed. I missed the deal talks. You said it was a bit spicy.
Yeah, a little bit. I didn't have the earpiece in, but five-handed, they did some chatting. There was some gesturing, gesticulating, if you will. No deal was done. Four-handed, straight back to the drawing board. More of the same hand movements and more of the same no dealing. So now, obviously, if anyone doesn't know, no deal was allowed until 300.
We got the chip counts. No, we haven't. I can do it via here because we're at the final table. See, Tal usually does this bit, Nick. I'm not used to it.
Yeah, that's why I made you sit there.
Yeah, there we go. There's the stacks.
Now, I was speculating, but you might have a better idea. How do you think that two failed deals and the chip stacks being so close together, how do you think that affects the play?
Well, because there's been two deal talks, if you don't know, the important thing with the deal is never put your cards on the table. Just like let the other people do the talking, see what they want. But you don't know. I'm guessing it was Turk and Mo that was having the little spat.
Yeah.
But you don't know if Swanee and Andreas now might tighten up to try and get three-handed, and then there can be more deal talks and potentially get a deal that way. So it's all you got to play a bit of a guessing game with who you think's not really fast, who you think is fast.
Yeah, agreed.
But, one thing for sure, when discussing deal, one thing you don't want to do is like be begging for the deal, because as soon as the deal gets declined, you're just gonna
get roasted.
Yeah, exactly that. So Mo,
unless you fake it,
yeah,
double angle shot, and just stick it on everyone.
It's not a bad shout, to be fair. Ace deuce 4. Mo opens to 160. Now Turk out the way.
So I've seen a few things that I would not normally see. I would say, based on, I assume because of the deal situation, we had a King 10 open from cut off, and then defend from the big blind. So it was King 10 against King Queen, both suited.
Yeah.
Checked all the way to the river on 7-6-6-3. River was a king, and it went check in a single raised pot. Yeah. And that was just after a deal had. So I was like, okay, well,
did the King 10 check back?
Check back. King 10,
oh my god!
From Mohammed. So I understand the King Queen, obviously, but you know that to me lent to the fact that these players are looking for the next dealing opportunity and don't want to give away their position in the pedestal.
Yeah, makes sense.
In order to have some leverage when it does come back about, because obviously when it goes three-handed, they'll be snap making deals again, unless someone's very, very short. So, you know, it does add a very interesting dynamic. And if you look at the payouts, Jay,
I would pop them up quick as we got them out.
I mean, that's a big difference.
Yeah,
when you're so close together with everybody, 11 to 34. Oh, yeah. I mean, as well, like, you know, if you get 11, everyone's snap dealing for 20 something.
I know.
So
it's
just huge ICM pressure now, like bigger than it would ever be. It's not 11 to 17k jump. It's 11 to whatever that ICM deal comes out of. So
like you're always four-handed with the chips how they are. Like I'm guessing even the short stack would be getting like 21 probably with the deal. So it's as Nick says, it's a lot of dough.
Yeah, and unfortunately for you, that might mean that there is not a lot of willing to risk chips, and therefore we may be four-handed a little bit here.
It's all right. I've been here for 5 days. Another 4 hours won't hurt me. And, just goes with flat here, Mohammed, from the big with the ace queen suited, and probably straight away a function of what Nick was talking about, one that could free bet, but does have its merits for flat and button opens, keeps so many dominated holdings in, and does just check call with a flush drop. Big flop for Mo.
These are the two that have the most chips, just by 15 or 20 bigs.
Okay.
So they are disinclined to battle too much.
Do you think the spat, though, they've sort of got that in their head? The other one wants to get the other one now, knock him out for the deal for third.
Because that's a pretty decent turn to barrel there, with the ace-4. Like, really, there's not that many turns that you could think of better to barrel than a deuce of clubs. and just checks it back. I wonder whether they're both in each other's heads thinking, oh, he's going to be barreling more, he's going to be doing that.
It's just levels. They're going to get themselves in a level war.
The reality is probably not really that at all. And I think that if any one of them did decide to put it on the other, it would work a hell of a lot from what I'm seeing, to be honest. But Jay, what do I know? What do I know, Jay?
You know a lot from the sounds of it. I've watched a few of your videos. I've watched your content. You seem to know your stuff in your cash, shooting your 100 bigs deep.
Four-handed file table. Not really my forte, but I'd like to think I could piece it together.
Yeah. To be fair, I always say I know you're a cash game grinder. To be fair, I'm a cash game grinder. Like tournament poker is just so difficult because you're not playing the same strat. It changes depending on stack, depending on percentages of field left, final tables, ICM to think about.
Deals.
Like it's just crazy all the intricacies that go into MTTs. And as a cash game grinder, you're just studying one thing, playing like 100 bigs deep. And these lot need to know like when they're short stack at a final table, what their range looks like, when they're middling stack, when they're big stack, what hands we can free bet as the big stack.
What we can relate to is the human side of it in this situation. For this much money, you know, on the cusp of a deal, not getting it done twice, and then being on the precipice of you missing out on 10 odd bags if you know who's next.
Yeah.
That we know what that does to a person, or should do, or most of the time will do to a person. So we know that there's probably going to be some somewhat tighter play at least, and there's be less 3-betting. If there was a player here that Andrea's flopping really well here. If there was a player that, like, I think in this situation started taking it to people, I think they're going to make a lot of chips.
Yeah, I agree.
But do we have one of those players?
I don't think we do. This is the problem. I feel like we'll probably see, even though he's the short stack, Swanee could get heads up because he's very solid and picks his spots very carefully. Like knows when to get involved. I know he's the shorty, but
a little bit card drift. Nothing serious.
But I don't think Swanee's the type to just go all guns blazing. And Mad Turk, now that we're at this stage, day one Mad Turk can go ballistic. Early day two Mad Turk can go ballistic. But as soon as he hits that final table, he's a different player, and he wants to see the numbers.
So you might be able to speak to this comment from Layla, who's saying, "Why Turk wasn't asking for a deal? Why would he do a deal when he's got more chips?"
So basically, Layla. What I heard that happened is Turk wanted a little bit more money. You may not understand poker as well as us, so I'll quickly run you through. ICM, basically, I'm trying to compare it with something in real life, but it's very difficult.
You're on your own here, mate.
Yeah, I am. Trying to give it, because I know Layla doesn't understand poker. She's a Mad Turk's daughter, just watches him when he's on the screen. I'm trying to not give her a breakdown of ICM that she's not going to understand. I'm trying to think of some sort of real life comparison.
I don't know where he is.
While Jake racks his diminishing brain cells. Take you into the next hand.
No, so the ICM number we get, Layla, is set. So with the amount of chips we have in our stack, we will plug that into the formula, what's left in the prize pool, and then that will spit out a number of what our stack's worth in terms of equity within the prize pool. And that number that's given, that is our ICM number. What has happened is your old man wanted more than that number because ICM doesn't actually favour the big stacks. It's more favourable for the shorter stacks.
Which he's entitled to do.
Yeah. So UCL basically said, I want more money. I want you guys to give me a couple of £100 or a few grand extra on top, and then we can do a deal. But everyone else has declined it because they don't want to take more money, and that's what it comes down to. But his ICM number was what it was, but the Mad Turk just wanted a bit more money, asked the guys, can I get more, and then we can do this deal. They said no, and we played on.
Raise 160.
Wouldn't go as far as pointless because these stacks will they will tops and turf as we go along. You know, it's there could have been, well, they probably weren't far off, given that everyone wanted to deal straight away when we went to full-handed. But you know, in this situation where everyone knows poker, like anything could happen here, and 11k to like busted within 4th of 11k now, you're missing out on that 20 odd 25k odd deal that's gonna happen when you leave. So you know, to avoid that stress is worth something at least to Turk. Absolutely.
And at the time, the numbers, this is very tidy from Andreas, by the way. This is very nice.
So we have got someone stepping out.
Yeah.
And this might be Andreas's path to a trophy here, because if he starts finding these when we know people are not quite sure how to adjust to this weird dynamic that we've been presented with here over the last half hour, they're going to make a lot of chips, and it's hard to make hands four-handed. So if you apply some pressure with a little bit of this mental edge as well, there's some chips to be made. I think, Jay, we're both seeing that, but it's hard to, he's come out there with ace-5 off, like, that's strong.
That's good, very good, and like we love using these ones 30 BBs as well, because like off of like 60 we just call, but off of like 30, this is the range that we want to be polar with, and using like the offsuit high-low are going to be the best candidates there. So that's actually very, very tidy move from Andreas.
I completely agree with you, but we just weren't sure whether someone was. You might want to do that theoretically, but can you do it now? And clearly he can.
So let's see if that sort of swings the pendulum his way. And
ace-5, great hand. Well, I busted Sinead with ace-5.
Oh, did you?
Well, she opened. I was like, okay. She opened like hijack, cut off calls. I'm on the button with ace-5 suited. I'm all in, geezer. 22 big blinds.
Yeah, standard.
Absolutely standard slap rip. And she's just got aces, hasn't she?
Meant to block.
You're allowed.
That's not possible.
I said
she
showed aces. I went, I've got a good hand against kings.
Great hand versus ace-5 suited as well, it turns out.
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. Anyway. Little blind non-blind battle here. Love these. This is actually one of the areas that I do have any sort of inkling towards, because I watched a video a couple of times about it. So I know there's a lot of limping, 70% or so limps or something like that.
What, small, big?
Yeah.
Yeah, so much complete.
And then like 10% of folds, the rest are going to be open. So
the funniest thing, like at this step, the small percentage that folds are actually raised folds. That small, like little 10%, 9-4 off, 7 deuce off, 8-3 off, all this stuff. I'm actually meant to raise at a really small frequency.
Yeah. I'm a bit disappointed in this from Andreas.
I just checked the whole way, didn't stab the gutter on the turn.
Well, after the ace-5 off, I'm thinking, okay, all right, mate. And then just, you got 6 high on the turn in a hugely wide range situation, and you don't bet.
Yeah, I think it has
it's
to
a
be
bit
a
strange for me. Maybe he's like, oh, I stepped out once, let's not. But he could, I honestly think he could step all over this if he wanted to.
I think he could as well. I think anyone could.
Yeah, anyone can step out here and make a real big case for this trophy, because that's what we're all here for, isn't it? It's a lovely trophy. Get it done. Somebody put some pressure on and have a go. But it's hard because there's so much money. Like the ICM pressure of every decision is mental right now.
In terms of buy-in, Jerry, it's pretty ridiculous. 11k to 34. What's that? 23. So 46 buy-ins. It's a heap in terms of.
As we know, if that deal gets done, you're looking at 11 to 25. Like the difference, you're basically doubling your money if you can just make it through one more person. But if you can put that to one side and realise that that's what everyone's thinking and feeling right now, there is some definite chips to be had here. And we're seeing some very passive play overall in general. Small blind Mohammed going for the limp with the 9 deuce. Probably one of those hands you can let go.
Raise as Mohammed here, personally.
Or raise, but
yeah. Just make it like 2.5x, 2.6x. Versus Swanee in the 9 deuce, but Swanee going to take initiative with the Jack 9.
Swanee now stepping out.
And the other thing, like with a £500 buy-in, like a lot of players at the final table, like they may get the chip lead like Mohammed, but then they might not be aware how to play it. Like Mohammed, not recognising that he gets to open like pretty much any king, any ace at the moment, and just put the pressure on players. And
yeah, and everyone's showing a lot of cards as well. It's very.
Oh no, it's very friendly. It is very friendly.
It's strange the amount of money on the line, showing this many cards. It's interesting.
Yeah, Ludo would clean up. Odod, you're right. Ludo doesn't believe in ICM. It's not a thing.
No. Trophy, trophy, trophy.
That was some Manchester comms. Probably one of the best stints, I think. The hour we had with Ludo in the booth. He was a bit boozed up and he went on a rant about ICM's not real and it's all a myth. And
I mean, it's just not true because we know people feel ICM when their decisions, in their decisions, you can see it.
Oh, it's there. You can go online and look at the whole formula for it. It's about 2 pages long, where the whole formula is actually there of how it's figured out and why it's a thing. But it's not necessarily what you need to know. You just got to understand the concept. And Manturk goes for a meaty, nearly 4x there in position. Would have liked to see just the 2.5x there with the jacks. We want some action.
Yeah, I think generally people are happy to just accumulate whatever chips they can and hope that they're around when that deal gets talked about. That is the plan. But it's going to take hands that good to get people to put their money in here, I think. I don't think you're going to see... My guess is that we won't see someone bluff off into fourth here. That's my guess.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with that. I think that's like a good one, like 50 to 1 shot that someone triples it off and busts in that manner.
Just want a big hand with ace-5 suited, jammed all into 2 limpers, called by jacks. Bit of a scare. What do you mean, bit of a scare? Barry on the river. Well, nice for some. Barry on the river wouldn't have worked for me, unfortunately. Just sort of dented me further. Well, congratulations, I'm happy for you. He didn't want the deal in the first place.
Layla, come on.
I think they were brought over by the Turk himself.
He dropped he's getting a bit crapshooty with 35 bigs average stack, and then 3 hands later. Should we have a look at numbers, guys? Should we have a little butchers at numbers?
Yeah, it was led by Turk originally, but it doesn't matter.
It don't matter, yeah.
Whoever wants it, I mean, everyone's entitled to deal whenever they want. If everyone agrees to deal or talk about dealing, doesn't matter.
Up the Turk. We want to hear some ABBA.
There you go. Look, we all know that no matter what, we have got to play all the cards until 3-handed, no matter what. So let's focus on that. Obviously, what's happened does dictate how people are going to be playing. There's very little stabbing going on. There's very little poking at pots. There's very little aggression. It's all very check, happy to see it down, which is understandable, but also, does anyone want to win this tournament, is the question. Andreas, like, pretending he might want to win at some points.
But I think this is what's caused it. I think you hit the nail on the head. Just them deal talks is just in the back of the mind all the time. I don't want to bust.
Hang on a minute. Maybe not.
Here comes the mad Turk.
Here we go.
This is what we've been waiting for. Gonna blast Andreas off a chop here. Get out of there. You sell.
Brilliant stuff. See, there you go. Mad Turk boosting himself back into the 33 big blind range. Swanee now half of the next stack, but still playable at 16. Blinds come around very, very quickly, no doubt.
Yeah, four-handed, especially 30-minute clock as well. So going to be shallow in 15 minutes, 100k BB it will be. That would leave 100 bigs in play.
Is it half-hour clock at the moment?
Yeah, when we go four-handed, it gets shortened to half hour. Just because you see double the amount of hands, obviously, four-handed.
Oh, I've never been four-handed before, mate.
Never got that far.
In my life have I been four-handed. Maybe a couple of people sitting out at a cash table, maybe. Turk up in it. Jack 9 off on the button.
Raise 160.
And now, like with Swanee's stack, like theoretically, Mo, if he's dealt an ace or a king offsuit here, he should just 3-bet. As simple as that. And here we go.
But
Perfect.
he
Absolutely perfect.
He won't.
But he's not going to take it, obviously. No. We know he's not, but we can just make this 480 3x.
I mean, who knows? Maybe he finds it. Have we overstepped the mark? Oh, we're going to peel.
Yeah, just a call from Mo here in the big. Swanee sitting there with 12, real good time to attack the Turk, but just going to call. Does have the best of it.
For now. Pretty close one, though, in terms of equities, as we head to a ace-king 3. Turk with a betting lead and the stronger range, and a donk. Or is that a donk?
No, just check bet. Should go 1BB, I think, here is Turk 100k, basically the same thing.
No diamond, no draw. This is going to check down. And Mohammed's going to win this pot. Yeah. He's got 2 pair as well, so. Can Mohammed find a check? That's the only way he's going to find any more money. Doesn't find one. Goes for a bet. This hand is over. And a chip lead extension for Mohammed.
Yeah, all recreational. I know Mad Turk plays loads, but as his business on the side, Swanee up in Scotland, regular up there. Same with him. I know Mo doesn't, and I'm pretty sure Andreas doesn't either. So I think this is just a recreational final 4. But
if you put one pro in here, I think this would be. I mean, maybe wouldn't be in this situation, but you know, I think there's a lot of opportunity here for someone to make something happen. But it's so hard. It's so difficult to be the person that steps out and goes, you know what, you guys don't want this. When you probably don't want it either at the point that we're at now, whereas the next person out is going to miss out on that juicy deal.
I love the fact we're already just seeing the deal free-handed because how it's been going so far, and Mohammed here with the ace-deuce.
The longer it goes for forehand as well, the more inclined people are going to be to want to get to deal.
But this is the other thing, Nick. Like here, for example, ace-deuce off, pure jam for 15.
The purest of jams.
And now he's probably going to complete fold it. So against a pro, Swanee gets a double up. Against Mohammed now, he's just going to win one big blind. And this is the other difference. This is the other side of the sword. And Doubtmo's going to be calling ace-deuce off here after complete, but this one should just be shoving into Swanee from the big anyway.
Oh, mate, we look down at this ace-deuce. Up to 25, pop it in his mouth. You know what I mean? No problem. 15, it's like the best thing you've ever seen in your life. You can't believe how lucky you are to find it so you can jam. Oh, my.
Oh, I thought Mo was going to give him a spin. He's going to use a few time banks for this decision.
Oh, I mean, if you're going to limp tank, why don't you just pop it in? I guess we're not thinking that far ahead. Why wasn't there a deal after 2 attempts? There was a little bit of... Well, we wanted a little bit more at the top for somebody, and there we go, we get the fold.
That was basically it. Someone wanted a little bit more money. Everyone else said no, deal declined, we played on.
That's what he's probably thinking, how have I not doubled there? He's obviously shown an ace, so he knows he's got the best hand. How has he not got that in with me there? I hate jack suited, I've been waiting for a spot to double. It's just, this is what I mean, like, it's going to be so hard to prize chips off these players at this point. The dynamic, I mean, understandably so, because this dynamic is weird, it's not something you see very often.
Swanee's a very good player. Like just because someone's a recreational doesn't mean they can't play poker. It doesn't mean that they're not a winning player. I've seen Swanee a lot on the stream whenever we're in Edinburgh, and always plays solid stuff, and that's going to make you money in this game.
Yeah, there's a lot of money to be made here. So we get Jack 8 suited under the gun for Andreas, which should be opened up, and it will be. I think the one thing that we can see is that there are significantly fewer 3-bets than you'd expect to see, and that does allow you to play a lot more hands.
I like Mo folding here. Just letting it go. Mad Turk 4-3 off in the big. Does he fancy a defend? He does.
I'm in open.
Does catch bottom pair, however, up against top pair.
Check. Some potential though, backdoor for Turk as well. This is going to go check bet call. Unless it's not the worst hand to check raise. But given the pattern of play we've seen, I expect to check call. That's what we get as we go to a turn. 10 of hearts. Very good card for Andreas, who should be looking to barrel again.
Yeah, not changing anything. Basically, turning 2 pair for Jack 10 or 10x of clubs making a pair. Should just be a brick this 10 of hearts, go for another street.
Yeah, and in this situation, like this is a pretty reasonable weak top pair to like check back turns with. But when you're not getting raised as often as you should do, it lets you bet a lot wider. And Andreas happy to bet again, and obviously with all that backdoor equity out the window and only bottom pair, Turk does decide to relinquish this time. And it honestly has to be running through Turk's mind, I really wish I hadn't have pushed for that extra couple of £100.
It could be in his head for sure.
Because now he's third, and I mean, he could be home and hosed with 20 bags, or he could be hosed.
He'd be
with
back
11.
in Birmingham by now.
Yeah.
Oddod says, would the floor let them discuss a deal again? You can only discuss a deal once a player exits. So if you discuss one 5-handed, you can only discuss another one when a player is exited 4-handed.
Yeah,
And then if you have one 4-handed, you have to wait for someone to bust again.
Otherwise it'd be a clown show, we'd just be talking the whole time, rather than playing the game.
It'd be like a talk show, not a poker. And Katie says, so hard to exactly categorise players specifically with rec and reg now, to be honest. I think there's a massive overlap now with some, and Swanee and Mad Turk are definitely in there.
You know better than me. 10s for Swanee. Mohammed this time opens it up on the cut-off with 9-8 off. Doesn't jam the ace-deuce, but is happy to open the old 9-8 off ball. I'm not really sure the rationale behind that, but obviously we have a fold versus jam. And Swanee keeping himself alive with 2 very timely all-ins. Yeah. Should be more than alive, obviously. We know that now, but to 22, Turk just on his shoulder now.
Yeah, Turk could be dropping to bottom of the pack if Swanee wins another pot.
I mean, this is interesting stuff. I mean, this is entertaining because we know how big this is now. This is effectively, we've created a very strange bubble for four-handed.
It's like a satellite, isn't it? Everyone's waiting for someone to bust for the deal.
I mean, whoever busts this, Jay, not only have they got to leave with 11k, they won't have even stood up before the others have agreed to deal.
Frank you will already be over there with the iPad.
Oh. So everyone knows that that's going to happen. And it's just really tough to play normally in those. If anyone can find it within themselves to just pop a bit of pressure on, it's their game.
So after this hand, guys, we are going to lose Easty half hour into the session, coming up to...
I'm not going to die, if anyone's worried. I'm just going to go to bed. We're going to lose him. Well, I've got to walk home, so you never know, guys.
So it should just be a raise here from Andreas with the ace-queen.
Yeah.
Goes for the 2.5x. I could put a slight bit more juice on this, but either way...
Not happy with his hand.
Mohammed gets out the way.
I thought I was leaving, but...
No, it's good. He's probably just waiting outside for you so he can come back in. He'll probably be there. But we're going to say bye to this man. Give big thank you to Nick, giving us a few breaks over the weekend. And will we see you in Manchester?
I'll be there, guys. I'll be there. Breaks galore.
In Manchester, and hopefully we'll finally see him on one of these UKPL.
That would be the honour of my life to get commentated on by you two fellas. On this glorious occasion, and I'll probably just be folding my way to the deal as well.
Yeah, he gives all this chat. Someone's got to get after it. Someone's going to get after it.
No, I'm not saying I would. I'm just saying if someone does, you know, it wouldn't be me. But if someone did, you know.
So a big thank you to Easty. We're going to send him on his way. We will see him in Manchester. Thank you very much, Nick.
All the best, guys. Cheers.
Here he is. He's back. I'm back.
Cheers, Easty. Top man. Top man.
Doing a great job in here.
Thank you very much.
Give you a lot of hard time, Jay, but it's good to have you.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. There's a Swanee with the pocket sevens here, off a 20, facing a limp from Mo, just probably going to send tower. I haven't actually seen Mo do some limps as a trap from the small. And if Swanee's aware of that, we can actually go for some wider jams because he's going to have a lot of this trash stuff as he has.
Just fucking fold and give me a walk. Stop all your
What time did you predict finish at for tonight? I said 1. I said 1 was a very good line, but we had 4 bust outs in about half hour when we started the final table, so we raced down to 5-handed. So looking like an hour or so earlier now, but you never know. Could still be 1 AM.
Certainly could.
Welcome to Glasgow.
Certainly could. You just never know.
And going back to what Katie said about between rec and reg, because it is actually very interesting, because I'd think of someone as like the Mad Turk as a reg, or Swanee as a reg, because they're regulars. They play the tour a lot, and they're always there. when you're playing to their local or somewhere in the vicinity where they're playing.
Do you have any dessert, darling?
But the word rec is for recreational, which means they don't play it for a living. They have another source of income. They have a business. So it is kind of a weird crossover to know. It is kind of weird to know what to call people.
10 seconds. Race 160.
As Andreas makes it 160. Hamid calls button with the deuces. Swanee and the small a6 off out of the way.
Five, 6, 7 flop.
Can I get a glass of water, please? Thank you.
200. Cool.
There's a 6. Can't see Andreas's cards, unfortunately.
I'll tell you what has been terrific this week. The whole cards sometimes don't pick up. We have to get new decks on. Our new deck, but haven't had many new decks coming on at all this week.
Good shout.
Looks like Mo gonna have a little turn probe here now. Once check 2, likely that 2 pair is the best of it. Can make the assumption Andreas going to start leading. Some 7x, 5x or 6x. You can have other sources of income and be a rec. Rec is just someone who isn't good. But I'll tell you who is a recreational, like, and doesn't play that much, and who is very, very good, and I'd have him over most pros on the tour. Mr. Andrew Back, the Spand.
Yeah.
Rarely plays. He's a recreational.
Yeah.
He has
a full-time
He
job.
has a full-time job. But he's not a regular because he doesn't play that much. You don't see him that much. But once in a while, he'll turn up to Blackpool. He'll turn up to Leeds. And this is why this is why it's so difficult to sort of label it. Just going Andreas' way. Takes a tiny one. Mad Turk now dropped to the short stack.
17 bigs. Shan last out.
I had a pair. On my hand, I had a pair. Because you're gonna see it anyway, yeah. Exactly. And I don't want to be like, oh, these guys.
Anyone else hear the buzzing noise? Nope. Not me. But I've only got the table sound in my ear every now and again.
Whatever, I had a pair. You can see it. You can see it.
Exactly, so you might as well tell me. Or you want me to wait 30 minutes?
Why 30 minutes? This is more exciting.
It's that bad. That's why. Must be a set.
Raise 230,000.
I took with 9s. Raise and take.
Yeah, no, actually, yeah, it makes sense. Call him a good rec, says GTO Wizard, because you have bad regs too. And Spand is from Bradford. I haven't seen the Spand in ages, to be fair. Probably seen him once in probably like a year. Usually comes out of retirement for Blackpool once a year.
Not had any issues with the sound. What they're saying is that bit of a noise when we turn the mic off.
A buzzing noise?
Yeah, so we'll not turn the mic off. No need.
King Queen for the Mad Turk opens.
It's 235,000.
What was the 235? No, with the King 3.
Yeah, just
Has
gonna
to get out of the way.
It's kind of awkward Turk stack size. One we could potentially use as chip leader, but I guess we'd prefer to go after Andreas second in chips and the Mad Turk in third. C9-7 deuce.
Turns round on the 9-7-2 flop.
Yeah, nice combo to see bet here, Tower. The King Queen, Heart Spade. Goes for a big bet as well, just north of half.
Triangle from Swanee. I know we can't see the holdings, but the Turk just gets away down at 14 bigs. Usul on the left. Players looking at menus means no deals.
Cheers, Gary.
You're right.
Can I have one hot chocolate? Please. Do you have any keg, yeah? Do you have any fruit? Hot chocolate as well, please.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not having that.
I think that was better. Fruit salad,
What? A poker player
salad, yeah?
has just asked for fruit?
Can I have one?
Can you write it down in the diary and note it what day it was?
Well, it might be a double write-down, Tower. It wasn't a Scottish poker player asking for fruit, was it?
100% not.
Oh, okay. I almost panicked. I thought if that Swanee has asked
Somebody
for fruit...
just asked for fruit? Whoa! God, that's never been heard before from a poker player. Fruit? Wow. Now the Mad Turk still there, sat in seat number 2. Off to bed, chaps. Needleman working, me and Needleman working tomorrow night, chaps. Thanks, Ian. Good to see you, and well done on your min cash in the seniors. Well done.
Thank you very much, Ian. Ace 10 for Swanee for 24 here, Tower. See, this is the thing that Nick was speaking about, the deal, and does just go with fold. It's going to probably be in the back of people's minds, and to be fair, I didn't actually realise how short the Turk had got, so Swanee just throwing the ace 10 there, facing the chip lead up. Can get behind it. I understand the reasons why. Turk's stack has deplenished the last 20 minutes or so, now working with, I think, around 15.
Yeah, yeah. I play everywhere. Newcastle, Manchester. I've never been to Glasgow. I've been Aberdeen. You get most of the tourists in Edinburgh. They don't do a lot in Glasgow. They do bits and pieces.
£87,000 left to play for. That is correct.
Yeah, it would have been lovely. 21.5 each. Would have been a nice payday.
For the 560. Absolutely.
Is there a chef in the kitchen?
Frank. Frank. Where are you going next? Pass. Blackpool? Blackpool. Blackpool, they start already. Start from today, eh? Start today. Starts today. Maybe they're not too far.
Andreas moves all the chips over the line. Andreas Orthodoxu.
4 hours, right?
Mohammed Mir. Ian Swan. And the Mad Turk, Yusuf Leminoglu. Final four, 888. Main event, Luton.
No, here.
See, I think 30 bags here might play.
Yeah,
I think 30 bags I might play.
talking about after dawn. WSOP.
No, I'm talking about Las Vegas. Las Vegas side. Just depends how it goes.
They're doing
When are you going? 7th of April to the 19th, 12 days. And I come back and the motor one's on that week. Well, one of them is, there's quite a few motor ones to be fair. I went to motor twice last year. I went on the April and I've heard good things about a great wee place, lovely people, everyone.
Do we get a walk? No, we don't. I've got suited 8-4.
Oh, mate, it's really good. There's loads of Italians there that are mad punters as well.
Mohammed should be raising. No, he's not see a flop. Here's 7.
I'm not a big cash player, but all of us, there's a place that's really good. So, I've heard good.
King 3. 2 spades. Check, check. Yes. Playing nearly always here. Bet 100. Andreas with 8-eye. Not got any of the board. They ought to get any of the board. Should be a quick fold.
I know I'm winning.
You are. R&D.
50, mate.
50, mate.
100.
Martin
So
Bostock.
you 100.
Jay, I'm a reg player, so nearly a reg. So nearly reg for Manchester's 25.50, but went and played the 35 buying at Stoke. Bubbled. It was so soft. My ace jack suited on called up ace 9, spiked to 9. On to the next tourney is a 25.50 on a mini. Been watching you guys over a year now. Love the stream and setup. Looking forward to playing in the next upcoming tournaments. Nice one, Bostock. Martin, don't worry about the ace 9 against ace jack. And if you felt confident, then enjoy either the mini main or a 25.50 wherever you decide to play.
Gary McGaffney, that's quite funny. Should have played for the lot, should have done a deal and put it all up top, all the prizes, the whole 87k, so when the Turk won, he could have gone the winner, takes it all. That's quite funny, Gary, I like that.
Why are you pizza, man?
He's not on YouTube today, he's on Twitch.
For the tournament, for the quizzes.
Oh, we've still got one more token, have we
No
not?
way.
Have we got one more token, Lime?
Have we? No, we did an Easty thing.
Yeah, but we done the spot prize.
Oh yeah.
We done one with Sam, the stream on. We then done a tower thinks, and we done an Easty things.
How many have we given away?
I think we got one left. We got the lime thinks.
The last one, the lime thinks.
Ooh.
One more left. We better get it in sharpish. How is Lime Ricky going to contact you?
For a whisper on Twitch. Right, Lime, this is, because obviously I can't access the 88 Poker TV account, I'm just going to put here, and you will see Grosvenor Poker Live come up on the chat box, that's me. And if you just whisper Grosvenor Poker Live, I will receive it from there.
No, they put some burger in this, you know. That's right. That's why they're making more money.
They put food.
Yeah.
So we'll give it 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes. Get yourself ready, Lime Ricky. The question could be on anything.
Yep, we'll have a think of a good question for
We'll
Lime.
do it at 1:45. Or 10 minutes in between, I don't know. Round about 1:45 if nothing happens on the tables. We'll let you know. I'd take 8, 9, 5 with the blinds at 50, 100,000 and 9 bigs.
Yeah, Mohammed as chip leader going for limp and hasn't really done much limping with strong hands, and this is probably the strongest hand I've actually seen a limp from Mohammed with, and he's going to go for that limp call after Andreas goes for the 3x just north of from the big with the ace-jack.
6-side flop. The old Mickey Blacks for Mohammed. What happened to Mickey Black?
Oh, he's still about.
Still playing?
Still plays golf, yeah. He's
like it.
I don't see him as much, obviously, with the move to Birmingham a year and a half ago. 2 years ago. You know, I moved 2 years ago next month.
Is it really? 2 years to Birmingham?
2 years ago next month.
Wow.
And look at this, Andreas firing into Mohammed with a set. Please just call Mohammed. Please just call. We do not need to fast play this one.
Don't raise.
Our opponent's raise pre. His
Yeah.
range is going to be a lot of this linear range of high cards. The King Queen, the Ace Jack, the Ace Queen, the Ace King, the Jack 10 suited, the Queen Jack. And we have all these hands drawing so slim in terms of equity. So we just want to call and keep those in. And against the overpairs, we get the money anyway, Tower. So just call. We get money from overpairs on most turns anyway. And then we also keep countless combinations in of hands that are just drawing so thin in terms of equity. But now we're just going to lose our customer in Andreas, and Andreas actually had a hand that could have potentially been sending the barrels in Tower as well. And there's the fold. Would have loved to have seen the flat. He's going to show him that he had the goods.
Yeah.
And Mohammed up to half the chips in play, 5.1 million.
Instant service on the flop, yeah? Are you raising? Instant service. Maybe he's thinking I'm blocking. Maybe he's gonna shove.
If you call one more, he's going to shove the rest, isn't he?
No. He's already tried.
If he's blocking, he's going to kill you.
That was a quite big bet.
Yeah, bit of a... Maybe got a bit too giddy there, Mo. Got excited that we flopped top set and just wanted to get chips in as quickly as possible, but really want to just keep our opponent's entire range in there. We have position as well, get to dictate action on later streets, got everything going for us. Like, we just call, comes an ace or a jack on the turn, GG for Andreas, see you later. And ace 5 off here for Andreas, and one that can shove up to 21, but don't think we ever can, with Turk sitting there with what is 11 now. So he's just going to go for the raise, not all in. I don't think we get to ever shove this here in this particular scenario. Turk sitting with 11. Maybe we do. It's just so intricate at this stage. Now that stacks are shallowing as well. And here we go. This is one. Oh, come on, Mo. We can find the King 6 off and just send it in his face. He's got to call so tight. Mad Turk's got 8 big blinds. Mo's had, like, he keeps getting the hands, like the bluff hands to use, and not taking the spot.
I like you. You're so nice.
Get a room.
Get the what?
A room together. Holiday Inn.
Not that way. I'm not gay.
I know. Just messing about.
My son is. My
Don't
son.
worry, mate.
I believe my
Don't
son.
need to tell
No,
us.
my son is. I believe my son is on his age. My son is 29.
Oh, I'll take that as a big compliment. Thank you. 42. Oh, fucking hell. Are you taking the piss? You went too far, mate.
How old are you?
Of course I have.
50,000. How old are you, mate?
I'm 34.
Yeah, so he's close to my son.
How old are you, Mo?
I'm 53. Yeah, I was married very young. I look young, yeah? 10 seconds. Thank you.
So Mad Turk, this is is this just a bit of frustration maybe, Tower, from the Mad Turk with the 4 high, you reckon, from under the gun? It seems like a bit of a frustration raise to me. And I'm not sure what Andreas is up to though with ace 5 off here on the button. Oh, and
He
the Mad
flops it, and
Turk.
he's going to be, because he's hit the 4, the Turkey's in. And he's going to see the bad news because Andreas has flopped top pair. We need a 3 or a 4 to keep the run going. We need a 3 or a 4 to keep the run going. And now a deuce or a 4. A 2 or a 4 for the Turk. It's not. It's another ace for Andreas. Andreas takes out the Mad Turk. Handshake to Swanee. Watch your fingers.
Yeah.
£11,000 for the Mad Turk. 3 players left.
Yeah, unfortunate for the Mad Turk. Went on a bit of a rut the last hour. It's still a 5-figure payday, so he'll be happy with that one.
Can you shout Frankie over, please?
Oh, is it deal time?
Can
Do
you
you know
shout
what? Easty said this. Easty said, whoever busts next, they won't even be at the cash desk and they'll already be discussing numbers. So going to be some deal talk here, guys, and just catch up on the chat box. Deal incoming, still good. Jack on YouTube. None of these guys have the kahunas in them to make the ICM plays. It may not actually be they don't have the kahunas, Jack. It may be that they're unaware. Because if you haven't ever looked at spots or you're not studying, it may just look punty, like to 3-bet shove King 6 off there. I'll tell you one, blind on blind.
Yeah, who's that?
15 bigs effective.
Who's that on left? Get out of where you're not involved in deal. Go on, chew.
Blind on blind.
Yep.
This is one that looked at recently.
Yep.
Blind on blind. 15 effective.
Yeah.
We're the cover and stack in the big.
Yeah.
The small blind, this is final table. This is like severe ICM. This is final table. The small blind raises. King deuce offsuit.
King deuce offsuit.
Would you ever click it back from the big blind? Would you ever just go click and go for the min raise? Would you ever do that?
Not ever.
It doesn't seem like you would,
No.
but apparently it's a thing. Apparently it's a thing.
Who says?
The solvers say it's a thing. And this is the thing, like, it's not maybe they don't have the kahunas, maybe they're just not aware of the plays, and that's the difference sometimes. If you're not aware that you can do it, then you're not going to take it. You look down at King Deuce off, and it just looks terrible, and you're like, oh.
I thought, I've only got my head round King 5.
What, the King 5 suited squeeze? The King 5 suited squeeze. Oh, God.
I've only just got my head round that. King Deuce. Oh, what's happening here?
Yeah, so why are they chat numbers? Should we go to the
22?
Should we go to the giveaway while we're having a little chat, or
Hang
do
on
you
a
want to
minute.
wait?
Let's see what Frankie says.
26 240, 28 219, and 22 500.
I'm happy.
And we knock off
28, 26, 22.
So then you take 2 grand.
And then
from
2 off
price.
each and play for 6.
So you get okay? So you get 24 2, 26 2, 9, and 20,500.
So 20 for Swanee.
How quick was that?
So 22, 26 and 28. And then they've decided to take 2 off each. So it's 26 for
Look at this deal for Swanee. This is why ICM is a farce when it comes to deals. Swanee sitting there nearly half the stack of second in chips, and he gets 4k less than 4k less.
So that's the deal. So 26 220, 24 250 for Andreas, and Ian Swan gets 20, and they've left 2,000 each to play for 6. So they're playing on for 6,000. So on that note, we better get Lime Ricky ready.
Yeah. Lime, give us a thumbs up when you're ready.
Lime Ricky. Yes, Jambo. Well played, Swanee. There we go.
Lime is
All ready.
After this hand, guys, we're going to do a Lime Thinks for the final giveaway.
Yeah, we are.
And it is a walk. So quick rundown of the rules, how this is going to work, because it's a bit different. So Tower's got a question ready for Lime. He's going to read it out. Lime's then going to whisper me on Twitch her answer. I will say when Lime has whispered me her answer. You guys can then get your answers in the chat. Closest to Lime's answer is going to win the 109 token. You get 1 guess per account. Any multiple guesses, you will be disqualified. And do not guess until I say go.
Don't guess until we get the nod from Jay that Lime Ricky has given him a whisper. So, Lime Ricky, are you ready? And it's a question about Canada, because that's where you're from and you know everything about Canada, so you're bound to get it spot on. But we'll see. The question, Lime Ricky, get ready to whisper Jay. Yeah, and don't forget, you will have about 10 or 15 seconds.
10, 15 seconds.
10, 15 seconds max.
Got to be off the cuff.
And it's literally got to be off the cuff. But Canada is home to the world's longest national road. It's called the Trans-Canada Highway. But how long is it in miles? 10 seconds, Lime.
It's great. She's in Canada watching. Like, she's going to message me. I'm going to get it here in Luton. Technology these days.
The Trans-Canada Highway is the longest national road in the world. But how long is it in miles?
Everyone's guessing already. I haven't
Don't
even
start
got
guessing.
I haven't even got Lime's
We've
answer
got
yet.
Lime Ricky. Come on, Lime Ricky. Give us a guess. Give us a whisper.
And Lime Ricky's guess is in.
Woo!
Good luck, everyone.
Good luck, everybody.
Go.
Thank you very much indeed. The Trans-Canada Highway.
I never knew the longest road in the world was in Canada. I've just learned something
The
new
world's
today.
longest national road is in Canada. But we'll get the chat box going, but how many miles long does Lime Ricky think? Do you think she knows her history? Do you think she knows anything about Canada? Or is it just a guess? That's what you're going to try and work out. And it's not the correct answer. You can Google it all you want. Google it to your heart's content. That's not the answer we want. We want what Lime Ricky has put down.
What is the actual answer? Can I see quickly? Okay.
Yep.
And we'll give you 5 minutes, then Tara is going to reveal the correct answer.
Yep, and you won't be able to get any tells.
And it's in miles. Yeah, we won't be able to put the comms cam on, and we won't get any Lime Ricky tells unless she just puts doll in the chat box. Like, oops.
So, how long is the Trans-Canada Highway? How long does Lime Ricky think it is in miles?
Good question, Tara. Wherever you pulled that one from, to be fair.
It's in the back of my mind,
In
you
the
know.
back of your mind,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
always in the
I'm
back
sure
of my
it
head.
is.
That one. So, I bet you can't do it on one tank of petrol. I know that for now.
Katie will find a way in her smart car. Katie Swift would find a way, Tower. She'd still do it. 87 petrol station stops.
Imagine that from one end to the other. Imagine that. So, the last guess is on. The last 109 token for the closer tomorrow night, starting at 7:30. How long is the longest national road, which is the Trans-Canada Highway? How long in miles does Lime Ricky thinks it is? What's one to be better off trying to gamble? Yes, absolutely correct. Once you've set yourself £20,000 and you can only win 6 by getting the rest of the chips, then yes, the short stack should gamble. Need to go back. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, anybody guessing, it has to be on 888 Poker TV Twitch. We've said it all along. we've said the guesses can only be on Twitch. If you want 2 extra minutes to get yourself a guess in, we will give you 2 minutes. If you're on Facebook or you're on YouTube, Lime Ricky and 888 Poker have stipulated that all winners can only be watching the Twitch channel. So if you are watching on YouTube and you still want to guess, or Facebook, and you've got a Twitch account, we've said it all day, the guesses have to be on Twitch because that's what the stipulations are from 888, who are giving us the 5 109 tokens, and Lime Ricky as well.
And after this hand, Taylor's going to give you the correct answer.
Yep.
Well, I'll scour the chat box.
Indeed it. So please, if you have had a guess on YouTube and on Facebook, you can have another guess. Pizza Man says, when are we streaming next, boys? Wednesday. What? You know Wednesday? As in like 3 days' time? See you then.
You're all in no one call all night long.
So the question was, give you a couple of minutes if you're on YouTube and you want to guess on Twitch. It has to be on Twitch so the Twitch moderators can check it and the 888 moderators can check it as well. So it has to be on 888 Poker TV. Click onto Twitch.
You jump on me on twice or 3 times. I fold as well.
Give you a couple more minutes. Yeah, in a minute.
I was going to try to Blackpool tonight. That will not be fucking happening.
Go and book yourself into the Ritz.
I'm in the Premier Inn. A room booked here and a room booked in Blackpool. Just to bounce both that I've ever happened type thing.
So we're getting this money, yeah? I'm getting 30,251.
So I'll give you another 1 minute and then I'll give you the correct answer and then we'll have 2 more minutes because people are switching over already from Facebook and YouTube to have a guess. And if you've already guessed on 888 Twitch, don't guess again. But you can guess again if you're on YouTube or Facebook. So while Jay is still giving on the old Twitch chat and he's giving us the correct answers are the closest, I'll give you the correct answer while Jay is looking down watching that. Canada is home to the world's longest national road. It's called the Trans-Canada Highway. And we asked Lime Ricky how long it was. And the actual answer, which I can't actually believe, the actual answer is 4,860 miles. You can't do that on any amount of gallons of petrol and tanks.
I can't even comprehend how long that would take to drive.
4,860 miles long.
Takes me 4 hours to get to Devon Tower. That's only 200 miles away.
It stretches from the east to the west coast between the Pacific and the Atlantic coasts. It stretches from St. John to Victoria and connects the whole of Canada.
That's crazy.
That's one road.
I didn't even realise. I didn't even realise that was the longest.
They must have made it because they wanted to save money on street names. They've got one at the front and they've got one at the end, and that's it. They've got 2. 4,860 miles away. That's the correct answer. What we now want is what Lime Ricky has put.
That is the important thing.
You can't get any clues.
You can't get any tells.
No tells.
Unless you quickly hits the keyboard and gives you some.
Twitch guesses only. You've got another 1 minute because we gave people extra time who've been guessing on YouTube and on Facebook. We stipulated it was on Twitch all night. So 888 Poker TV is the only place you can guess because that's where the moderators are for 888. 1 minute's time will give you the winner. There we go. So, did Lime Ricky get it close? Did she not?
Easy, Tiger. Easy.
So, did Lime Ricky know anything about it? Is it something that rolls off the tongue? Is it a quiz question that she remembers?
It could be.
You never know. Lime Ricky says, Canada is very big. It is indeed. Poker Punter says, just to clarify, 1,245 miles. Thank you very much. I'm a canary, having a guess. So after this hand, we'll get rid of the quiz, and then we'll get back to the three-hander poker. Now they've done a deal, and then we'll see how good Lime Ricky's see how good knowledge of Canada is.
This one probably
Lime
just going
Ricky.
to check. Well, actually, Swanee gets the value bet now. We've got a 7, but he's going to check from Andreas. Easy check call, I guess.
So here we go. Let's finish this off while these guys are still playing.
Shall
The
we?
three-hander, we've got the things. We'll give them 10 seconds, Lime, and then you can close your own comp.
Close your own comp.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Close your own comp, Lime Ricky. Competition is closed. Thank you very much indeed. So the question was, the Trans-Canada Highway is the longest national road in Canada, but how long is it? We asked Lime Ricky, see if she knew a knowledge of her home country. The correct answer was 4,860 if you Googled it, and Lime Ricky put 4,800. You want to do this again?
What a
I
guess.
tell you
She's
what.
literally, we've been doing this 6 years. No one, neither me or Tara, ever got that close. And her first go was like, yep, 60 miles out. Easy game. Cheers, lads. Thanks for coming. Well done,
You know
Lime.
your onions.
That is a great, great guess, Lime. Very, very nice stuff. And believe it or not, Tower, the closest guess was actually the correct answer.
Whoa, somebody thought she'd know it.
Someone guessed 4,860, and there was only one person on Twitch that guessed the correct answer. One person on Twitch guessed 4,860, no one else did, and was 60 miles out. And that was... It's in dark blue, it's so hard to read.
Noodaloo.
Is it Noodaloo or Noodaloo? The dark blue
It's an
writing. It's the dark blue on dark blue.
Noodaloo.
Noodaloo.
Noodaloo. Noodaloo gets themselves a 109 ticket. You do need to change that dark blue though, because I can't see it.
Because the Twitch screen's white, because we have our restream chat, our background's dark blue, so it's fine on Twitch, but because our chat restream is dark blue background.
Well done, Noodaloo.
That is right.
You are playing the 888 closer tomorrow.
Well done.
$109 ticket.
Top stuff.
You are playing.
And big thank you as well to the 88 guys that let us give away those 5 tokens today. We got 5 people playing the closer tomorrow for free, and hopefully you can all turn it into some cash. And if you do have a run good story and you end up shipping it or getting a good score, make sure you make yourself known on the next live stream. We like the stories when someone turns a free roll into a bit of cash.
There we go. Congratulations. And well done, Lime Ricky. What about Lime Ricky with the guess? How good was that? You know your stuff on your national country. Well done. So somebody's going to be playing it.
Yeah, Cal is still in the side event. Cal is still in the side event.
6,000. Made a deal. Huh?
4,860 miles to drive. How many days? How many hours?
A lot, I guess.
Thanks God.
Oh no.
What? What's happening now?
We got a stewards.
What?
We got a stewards.
Why?
Because according.
Why? Somebody says disqualified. Why?
I need to go onto my restream chat. Hold on a sec. I can't do it on Twitch. That is
If
why.
he gets 960, oh, Noodloo also gets 969. I don't want to be a snitch.
I can't check
but
on Twitch. Hold on. I'm going over.
If his guess of 969 was on a different platform, that's fine. If he's guessed 969 on Twitch, then the ticket is Noodloo's.
Right, so Noodloo's first post in the chat box was 4,860 miles.
Yes.
Next post in the chat box, in comparison to the circumference of the UK, over 11,000 miles. Next post, I guessed 969 miles. I think he was making a joke. He weren't a second guess. He's making a joke. He's trying to be funny, or she. If you're not trying to be funny, you see what he's done there, 969. So I can.
Oh.
So it wasn't a second guess. It looks like Noodloo was just trying to make a joke that had numbers in,
and wasn't funny.
I didn't even see it, Tower. I didn't even see it. I didn't even see it.
So there we go. Woo! Lime Ricky. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Lime Ricky's involved.
Oh, we'll let you deal with it,
We'll let
Lime.
you adjudicate this one.
We'll let you deal with this one, Lime.
Noodloo. It's all down to Lime Ricky now. Because Lime Ricky says Noodloo gets 969 on Twitch first. Oh no, the hammer's come down. Oh, we don't know yet. We don't know. Sorry about that, guys. Swanee has just doubled up. Swanee has just doubled up, and we said he needed to gamble. We said he needed to gamble to get the chips. That came in, and Swanee has now doubled up, and he's got more chips than anybody else.
Yeah, and this is why 6-5 made the straight against the King Queen. Swanee got there, and now up to 5.5 milli.
Yep.
We're just trying to get to the bottom of this giveaway, guys.
Sorry about that. Swanee's doubled up. The money's been settled apart from 6k, and now Ian Swan is chip leader. He needed to gamble. He got the 6-5. He's got the flop. He gets them all in. Delicious.
And Lime, let me know what's happening, because if you are DQing Noodloo, I'll quickly get you the next closest answer. Because I had second place wrote down just in case anything happened.
If you don't want the ticket.
I'll take it. I'll have the ticket.
So Swanee, chip leader, now doubles up, hitting a straight.
Sorry, Noodloo, you are disqualified, which means the winner, who gets 4,870, is Valentina S58. Hold on a sec, let me just control F Valentina. Yeah, Valentina definitely had one guess. Valentina S58 on Twitch. You were second. You were first reserve in case anything like this happened. So you are the new winner of the 109 closer ticket. I did control F on her, honestly, I did, but I read that as she put a sentence and then wrote that number. I thought him or her was telling a joke.
So there you go.
Right.
What is the name?
Valentina.
Valentina. If we get, there you go. Jedamonus, who's already won one, says Valentina S58. Congratulations.
Love Lime Ricky though. No
messing.
Yeah, just straight hot throat. You're out. DQ.
Swanee 5.3 million. His title. Will he get one? Will he get a title? Mr. Ian Swan. He played for years, old Swanee. He's had the same strength handshake for 20 years.
Give me one glass of water, please. No ice, no ice. Just lemon pie.
Cashed in the 888 seniors in Edinburgh. He cashed in the 888 Voyage in Edinburgh. And he cashed in the 2550 in Glasgow. His last three cashes this year.
Now can just concentrate on the free-handed poker. All the giveaways are done. Big thank you to the 818 team for letting us have those. I know the last one went a bit skew with, but we got there in the end. And the great thing is, even if I miss it, the chat box never does.
Never.
They never ever miss it. We've had it a few times on GUKPTs with giveaways where I've missed a double guess and people are straight on it. King Jack 3 Rainbow. Andreas is the opener. Lovely flop to just continue here.
So there we go. Well done, Valentina S58. Playing the closer tomorrow on 888 Poker. $109 ticket worth winning. And Aber Canary was close as well. Who's already got one. And Lime Ricky's been banned for being too good.
Yep, too good at the game.
Says Max Alley.
She was straight in as well in the chat box.
Yep.
Straight in with her wisp up. And was only 60 miles out. Some great guessing.
Fantastic, well done.
But now we just get to enjoy it. The final knock-ins of this. Can't see it lasting longer than another hour. Now, we are free-handed. So Ace King for Mohammed. And Andreas in the big.
King 8-7.
And this is a spicy one. We got up and down, backdoor flush draw, facing top pair, top kicker here. Queen on the turn, and going to be a nice comfortable shove here now for Mo, and Andreas not going to be able to call off. That's just snap fold.
So who wins it from here? Swanee's got himself a double. Thanks to everybody for joining in the fun with all the quizzes. We're three-handed. They've chopped the money. I'll show you the results of the money after this. They're playing on for £6,000, but they've done an ICM with the chips.
Raise 260,000. Pass.
Yes, I flop. Good flop for Swanee.
Check. 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 Bet 200,000.
Bet 200,000 and a win. So that is what they've gone for the water. That is what they chopped up. 26,220 for Mohammed. Andreas 24.25. Swanee's 20,530, and they're playing on for £6,000. So well done for the ICM. 20 grand locked up for Swanee. Not bad. Not bad at all for a £500 buy-in. So, 3 players: Andreas, Mohammed, and Swanee.
What did you have for dinner this evening, Tower?
Chicken salad.
No, you didn't.
I did. I had chicken salad. I had a chicken and salad.
No, you didn't. Don't feed these people lies, please.
I had a chicken salad.
Right.
All right. Look.
Right. Hold on. I'm actually just going to pull up something. So.
Yeah.
When I was in the booth with Sam Goodman.
Yep.
I'd just like to pull up a message quick. Jack for Mohammed takes the lead.
I had chicken and salad.
So from the tower.
Yeah.
I got a message at 10 to 8 saying.
10 to 8. Yeah.
Just
right.
finishing my pizza is all okay.
Oh yeah, the chicken was on the pizza.
Oh, the chicken was on the pizza.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Forgot that bit.
You forgot about that, did you? You
Yeah.
forgot you sent me a message, didn't you?
But I did have a bowl of salad with it. Though.
Oh, you
I had
did?
a nice little house salad.
Okay.
And chicken. I forgot the chicken was on the pizza. Damn.
Queen of
God,
Diamonds.
rumbled again.
On the river for Andreas. He forgot he sent me that message. Rumbled.
God, man.
And I just had the Hunter's chicken. My go-to.
Oh, the old pit boss.
The go-to at the Grosvenor Casino.
Nice one.
Bet 650,000.
It's true, Ben. It's true. I forgot the chicken was on the pizza.
That's quite funny, actually, trying to blag it as well. And this is very tidy. I thought it would go check, but goes for value with a queen here. Andreas on a 4-liner to a straight. And Mohammed going to show the jack. And maybe that shows why this might actually be slightly too thin. If we're not getting called by a jack, what we target him, but instincts were right. Did have the best hand. Tried to eke out some value. Unfortunately, didn't get it.
You folding, yeah? No. On the turn? Fold the what? A jam? Yeah. On the turn? Yeah.
Small big face.
Is Carl still in the side event? Yes. He is, is he? 4 left. Wow. I like a good cider. I really do.
I like a good debate.
250,000.
It's a Swanee with the chips now. Bumps it up with a 5-3 suited. Blind on blind though, Tower. Like once we go 2x, once we go into that remit, the in-position player gets to just continue so wide. Sometimes important when blind on blind, especially at this stack depth 30, just south to start the hand. Could definitely put a bit more juice on the Swanee, but does jump into the lead in the form of bottom pair. Queen on the turn. Good card to see for Swanee, making it less likely. We're up against a Queen X holding and looks like going to go for another bet here. And he's spot on. Does have the best of it. 600k, juicy sizing as well. 60% up. And that will be the end of Andreas.
I do like a good scrumpet, and it has to be flat. I don't like I like proper like Old Rosie. Yeah, cloudy cider. Out of the box, no fizz to it, no head to it.
Is that not one of them jazzy hairbands? I'm sure that's called scrunchy.
That's a scrunchie!
Oh yeah!
2 guys are okay, I double him up. Fucking hell, king, queen. Chief leader, Mr. Scottish.
3 boots for Swanee. Nothing we can really do with this one.
I let you catch the 7 in it. It's my fault. What I'm gonna do?
Dwelling up. 3 deuce off. Be surprised if Swanee's in here.
My job is folding. Pass. That bad. Pass.
Over on Andreas, yes. I'm actually not sure about Mohammed Mel. I'm going to find out for you this second. I did have his Hendon up earlier and it looked pretty small if I remember. Yeah, $2,600 on the database for Mo. I don't know if he's got any events that haven't gone on there, but
I was going to say I might
only
jam,
a few
I might jam in the dark.
sort of local comps, caches on there. So out of these 3, yeah, Swanee.
If it gets to that stage.
Ace King for Andreas has had some very nice hands this final table. Goes for open shove and maybe a function of the deal being done. But we're playing for chips now. No ICM. Just one place gets 6k. So just want to play chip EV and Ace King. Starting the hand with 19 here. We just want to raise. We want to induce some shoves from Mo in the small. We want Swanee to defend and get some value from the big blind defend range. That just goes for jam.
Come on, Dylan.
Picks it up.
Give us the aces, kings, queen, and the story. Fuck.
You're not going to get aces free.
Yeah, I know it's very hard.
It's not going to happen. Oh, wait.
And Ben says, that's wrong, he has 70k odd. I'm going to have another check if there's another Mohammed Mia on the database, but I'm looking at one right now. And he's got 2,600. Let me search in the actual Hendon mob search bar.
I'm going to double up once, I know it. Then I'm going to out. I don't know, I had a feeling. So one double up, then I'm going to out. 160.
I can't seem to find him, Ben. I'm sure you're right. There's a Ramel Mia Mohammed, which could be him. That's got $27,000 in live caches, dating back all the way to 2010 from the UK IPT in Edinburgh. I'm struggling to find him.
Come on, Sweaty.
If there is a profile, you can just drop it in the chat box, a link to it for me, because I'm struggling here. Over to Andreas with the Queen 4 suited. Blind on blind hit. So just probably going to send.
You see it, boys.
Oh, I'll let you decide.
Oh, that's very interesting. This is another game.
You can check the track me if you have a big hand.
No.
You don't have to.
Next hand, okay?
Check the track.
No, next hand.
I know where I've gone wrong. Cheers, guys. I've got the double M in. I've got 2 M's. Well, 3 M's. I've just misspelled it. Thank you very much. Farms the DTD dailies. Farms. I love that word. There we are. Found him. Cheers, guys. $74,000 in live earnings for Mo. And best live score of $40,000. So if he did win this without the deal would have been new highest score. Well, basically the same with today's exchange rate. But we found him.
If I shove three flops, three folding. You shove three, am I holding with queen four spades?
Yeah, can you hold it?
man.
I think you hold it.
This is the thing with Hendon sometimes.
What's that?
People with similar names, not
Ah,
sure.
right, okay.
Not sure which is which, but just a misspelling. But Mo, $74,000 in live earnings.
Nice one.
Oh, you're big blind. Fucking
Well, well. Bit unorthodox every now and
do
again.
you know what? I do love it. Like, we can talk strat all we want, we can
Yep.
talk theory all we want, but when we're here, we're watching the stream, we want entertainment.
Yep.
We want people of rattling in spots which we shouldn't really be doing it. Because that's what makes it fun, Tal. That's what makes it entertaining, and that's what we love. If everyone just played the same,
we'd be here forever.
But yeah, and I
You
doubt-
literally would be down to 20 bigs every time, and something would have to give.
Yeah, I just doubt it would ever be the same if everyone was just
If
playing.
you run the solver in every hand through your head, and you recited everything, and you could remember everything you've read.
Run everything, every single spot in your head from a solver. Good.
Apart from being clever.
We're not cyborgs, Tal.
Well, you sound it sometimes. You sound like you got most of the solver up there somewhere.
To be fair, you know, I don't really study Hold'em. The only time I study Hold'em, it's not really study, is when I'm in an Uber or taxi and I flick through some hands on DTO, and that's literally it these days for me. That general gist of just watching the stream, watching the good players play, see what they do, chatting with people off the table. These are where you can get some ideas from as well. And to answer your question, Mel, Swanee has $150,000 in live earnings, best live cash at 21k. So yes, he is at the top
Wow, right time.
of these three.
So now it might be for me.
Tower, you're playing the main in Dublin, says Pizza Map.
I'm playing the mini men in Dublin. It's got about 8 day ones, doesn't it, the mini? It's the one that's £200, €200 in $500,000 guarantee.
What?
That's one of the side events.
What, in Dublin?
Pretty sure.
How? I thought the festival this year was only running Sunday to Sunday, or Monday to Sunday. How on earth are they going to get 8 flights in?
We've got 5 day ones with turbo on each flight and legs and all sorts. I'm pretty sure it's, is it $500,000? It might be 200 guarantee.
Then I have to.
But I'm pretty sure it's pretty chunky.
If you have some booze, he said, give me those. I can come in delivery.
What's the guarantee, Gaz?
And he made it 2 beers.
There you go, £200 buy, 500k guarantee. It has a lot of flights.
Let's do blind.
You jumping in then? You got to jump in that, surely.
I think that's the value of the. I'm not even. To be fair, I've not looked at the schedule. Might not be going. Might not be there.
You'll be going.
Might not be there. I've got things to think about. I'm a busy man, me. You know that.
9-7 off for Andreas, calls for 80. Mohammed checks his option in the big.
Check properly, okay?
What's the biggest tourney on the circuit? The grand final in London.
Yeah, we'll show you the full schedule after this hand. The ace, king, queen, all diamonds. And Andreas just going to have a stab here. And gets looked up from Mohammed. How are we doing, Kobe Ray on YouTube? See, Kobe's off. I don't think this will finish anytime soon. These guys have too much love for each other. Bless, night lads. Great stream, work in the morning. Thanks,
Nice one,
Kobe.
Kobe. Thank you very much indeed.
So, going to be one and done for Andreas. At least it should be. Like, we at least want a diamond in our hand to continue barreling here, I think. And Mo reaches for chip, snap fold from Andreas. Yep, so grand final is the biggest of the year. Here are the dates for GUKPTs. You see grand final right at the bottom. Main event buy-in for that one is 2k, usually getting close to $1 million, the prize pool. The year that Mad Turk, that we saw on the feature table, had his famous second place finish, there was over $1 million the prize pool that year.
And that's where that came from.
That is where that came from. And then we've also got the 888 dates, if you fancy the UKPL main event buy-in. Great price point, £500, real sweet spot I think in UK poker, the £500 buy-in. Yeah, a real mixed bag of players, and Still great money up top, as you see from today, 34k up top.
You need to get playing some of these 888 sides, you definitely do. See you Friday in Blackpool. Nice one. Mad as a wasp. Our next live stream for Cardroom Direct is the GUKPT next week in Blackpool, starting on Wednesday. Paul remains says, can you tell them to get a move when I'm falling asleep? Well, the money has been set apart from 6,000. Mohammed with Jack 2 bets 200. Swanee's got an 8 calls.
The 6, 7 again. Give him a 4 or 9.
Pairs the 5 on the turn. No one to Mohammed. He's betting again.
Yeah, don't mind it, Tower. Going to be very wide calling range from Swanee, blind on blind. He'll call some A-size, king high, stuff like 9-10 with the overcards, 3 to a straight. So don't mind this at all here. Second barrel, try and flush out some equity. However, not going to be flushing out top pair of Swanee. So do expect Swanee to call.
10 seconds.
Head to the river.
Cool.
What are you chasing?
And a 6 on the river. Wow, the triangle's gone in from Mohammed. Is he happy with the deal? He's got a call, and that is it.
Swanee just snaps him off.
Wow.
Snaps him with the 8.
The fist pump. And Andreas has sat there saying, what's just happened?
Absolute snapos.
7.6 mil for Swanee.
There's me expecting a few time banks to go in, a long dweller, but Swanee was like, you've got nothing here, boy.
I've got me hoodie and I've got 26,220 quid, and that'll do me, get me out of town.
Like the call's obviously great. He's right, but at least take some time. Don't just wreck the man like that. Just, if I get snapped by 8-3 there, I'm walking out the casino with my head down.
Well, he is.
Yeah, well, I guess he is. I guess he is, to be fair. But what a call from Swanee! Not just the call, but the time it took as well. He already knew. He was calling river, snapped it off, and now we're heads up between the two.
Blinds in open, guys. 8160. No ante. No ante.
No ante heads up. Swanee's got 7.5.
160. No ante.
Man, Paul Remain's fault. He's told him to get a move on. He needs to go to sleep, and his men more me. He'll leave the building. 8-3 snap. Hey dear.
Yeah, that was I doubt you ever played Grand Theft Auto Tower, but
I've heard of it.
When you were shot by the police or got hit by a car, the whole screen would go black and it would just say wasted. And that was the moment right there when Swanee snapped it off. It was just Mo laying on the ground with the black and white screen just wasted. Just can't believe how quick he called that spot. It's a really tough river spot for Swanee. Like, that's the thing. That is a really grim spot on the end there, but just took no time at all. And
Can you respawn in GTA?
Reed was spot on. Yes, you can respawn in GTA.
Oh, and get straight back into it.
Do you know what? I haven't played it in years. I know there's a new one out that's been a good 10 plus years.
So, heads up, Andreas on the left and Swanee on the right. Swanee is a chip lead.
What games did you play then? Like Pong? Was that it?
We started in black and white. Have you ever heard of black and white tellies?
Yeah. Yeah, I know black and white tellies.
Honestly. We had we had 2 lines on either side of the TV and a square ball. There was tennis, and it went boop, when you hit it, and it went up and down the screen at the other side. We had to move it up and down. Boop.
Is that not Pong?
Well, I thought, I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, Pong was the first game.
But then we upgraded to an Atari, and we thought the world had changed. We thought the world was unbelievable when the Atari first came out. Must have been 1980. Oh my. When you got Space Invaders for the Atari with 125 games on it, only game you bought, because there's that many games on it. Why would you buy one game when you can get same price, 125 of them? But it was just different variations of it. They had different coloured tanks and all that malarkey. Oh man. And then, when we actually went to the Mega Drive, God, Sonic the Hedgehog running around, all sorts of you can make it do cartwheels and all sorts.
I remember Sonic actually. Ace King for Swanee on the button. One that I think we want to go for Ray's call with.
Is he jamming? Is he moving? Does he want to? No, he checks. In a bit, sir. You have to call first, Swanee. I know he said he's tired.
It's been a long day, Tower.
You can't just check the small.
Been a real long day. Been in here since midday. It's now midnight. 12 and a half players are playing. It takes its toll, and I say this more than anything. People who don't play poker don't actually realise how taxing this game is and how exhausting it can be when your mind's running at full throttle all day and you're thinking and you're using a lot of brain capacity. It's going to wear you down, and when you get to this stage, you do start to feel it.
Good double bluff there by Swanee. Yeah, I'll check the small blind. I stopped when we got to a PS2. I bought the PS2. I got it for Christmas. I got the PS2. Started playing games on there, whatever were COD and all that malarkey, and Madden 94 and all that. And then I gave my PS2 to one of my lads, and that was it. Never bought another one.
My first was PlayStation 1, FIFA 99, I remember.
FIFA 99?
That was the first I remember.
I think Madden 94 was my first. Might have been 92. I'm not sure when the first Madden was, but it was around then.
I used to play a game on the PlayStation, the original Rayman. I remember playing that when I was like 7, 8 years old. Rayman, and it was...
Rayman? What, the film?
No, Rayman. Ray, as in Ray.
Rayman?
As in Ray.
Playing in the Dustin Hoffman film.
That was a game and off. And then it was just basically FIFA, Call of Duty, more FIFA.
I like Call of Duty. I used to like that. But I never went online and played it. I played the strat game that you had to go through, the walkthrough game, whatever it's called. Swanee keeps getting the cards.
He does.
You still can't check. I love it.
Good old Swanee. You can tell the bloke is shattered, Tower. You can tell he needs his shut eye, I'll tell you that. But he's got to close this out first. He's got a 4-1 chip lead. He's nearly over the line. Top pair versus middle.
Queen of Hearts on the turn.
Yes, it does bring in flush draw for Andreas, and he's reaching for chips, Tower. Could this be it? If Swanee finds the flat, but I doubt he does actually at this SPR. Yeah, just goes
them all in.
With all in, and obviously Andreas can't call off with a 9 deuce, but now just sitting there. And blinds are 100k, 200k. So actually, just the 6 bigs for Andreas here blinds up this hand.
Yeah.
So he's got just 6 big blinds.
I'm off for it. If not, we'll carry on. I said at the end of the level.
Blinds up as well now, 100, 200.
I'm happy to carry on.
I'll change it. Leave that phone too.
Yeah. Frankie, done.
Oh, what's happening here?
4K, 2K, gets a trophy.
Tired, I'm late.
4K, 2K. Yeah, 4K, 2K, takes a trophy.
4k to Swanee, 2k to Andreas. Swanee wants a trophy. Can we finish?
Frankie, I've never seen Frankie walk so quick.
And Andreas says yes.
Frankie's just off like a light. Boom, straight to the cash desk. Let's sort this deal out.
He's just said, I'll take the 4 out of the seats. You take the 2. I'll have the trophy. Can we go to bed?
Well, you better get out there. Better send Tower on his way.
I'm off. Which way?
So, guys, that is actually going to be it. So what's happened is Swanee said, I'm tired. I can't do this anymore. I'll give you a 2k. I'll take the 4 and we'll call it quits. Swanee taking first place. Andreas taking second. But we got there in the end. We thought it was going to be a long day. It was a long day, but slightly earlier than what was predicted at the start of the day. Fantastic final table. It was a real fun watch. We had the deal shenanigans. We had some great hands in there as well. But overall, as a week, this UKPL in Luton has been a success. Been some great numbers throughout. Once again, main event, great turnout, getting over 30k up top. Really, really good stuff from everyone. Big thank you to everyone in the chat boxes who has joined us over the last 5 days. We would not be able to do this without you, and the interaction we get from you guys makes our life so much easier. So we're just waiting for the Tower to make his way down to the featured table, and then we will be heading over for the trophy presentation and the interviews.
Can we have a cuddle as well? Amazing effort. Oh man,
what a shift, isn't it?
I tell you what.
What a shift.
That is your first trophy in 10 years.
My first trophy fucking ever.
10 years, man. Honestly, it's your first win.
Mate,
you've got a 1-1 10 years
I get
ago.
slaughtered my mates for this piss wheel. Dare I say, and I can't say it because it's no X-rated, but you know what I'm saying?
Oh, man.
We've been waiting for this, mate. Been waiting for it.
Yeah.
Have you drive to fucking Luton?
I tell you what,
Luton?
you told us at the beginning of the week, I'm driving to Luton, I'm going on a poker holiday. We've got Luton and then we're going straight to Blackpool. Blackpool's had to wait.
Blackpool can just be crushed now as well. Great.
What's it been like playing?
Mate, it's brilliant. It's been a great day. I've ran well. I think I've played quite well. The boys have been good. It's been good crack.
Yeah.
It's been a good day. It's been a great day. I've had about 5 burgers. About 16 pound. I'm getting as fat as Frankie. There you go.
Big shout out for Andreas as you just beat him into it.
Aye. Listen, the boys were great. The boys were all great. It was all fine. It was all fine. Yeah. It was all really good. No, happy as a pig and shite, as they say, mate.
Absolutely.
Happy, very happy, man.
The first deal, happy with that, obviously, and then it took the pressure off, but...
Yeah, but again, people can change their mind. That's okay.
Yeah.
People can change their mind. But the boys are, once that changed, then we just sorted it between ourselves.
Yeah.
And we've just done a wee deal, and he'd now done another wee deal. Everything's fine. I'm just really tired now, mate. Yeah. I'm knackered. I need to go to my bed. I need to get a taxi home and go to my bed.
We're not in his 20s anymore, you know what I mean?
Well, mate, no, we think we are.
Fantastic. We're going to get Frankie doing the honours with the trophy. But the champion of the main event of the 888 Festival, may a round of applause, please, for Ian Swan. Swanee takes the trophy back up the road and he's going to be playing the next event, and we'll see him next week. But
yes.
888 champion.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic, mate. And that never changes, by the way.
Never changes.
Jay, finish us off.
Thank you, mate.
Finish us off.
And there we are, guys, done for the day. I'm going to wait for Tower to get himself back in here so we can close up shop together. I've never seen him run so quick. God, Doctor Who, you're in a you're in a time lapse.
I'm gonna sweat on and everything. You're in any idea how far it is right back of there?
You are in a time lapse tower. We got there.
We did. We did, and that man right there, as he says, happy as a pig in shite, he says. Got the trophy, got the money. Really, really happy for him. What a superstar he is. There he is, old Swanee. What a star. He's got his trophy, his first ever trophy, and his first win in 10 years, and he's going to be looking after that for a long time. And it was a good one. It was a good final. It was. We knew it was going to be. We knew it was going to be a cracking day because there were plenty of players in it that looked like they could have just won it. So really enjoyed that. The 888 UKPL champion is Mr. Ian Swan. Andreas, fantastic, well done, and Mohammed as well with the chop. They chopped it for there we go. That was the deal initially. Yeah, so 26,220 for Mohammed. Andreas Orthodox out making 24.2, and Ian Swanee now gets £26,530 with the extra 6,000 with the deal. So fantastic, guys. And as Jay probably has said, thanks to you lot out there as always on 888 Poker TV and every other channel. We've got YouTube and we've got Facebook. It has been a great week. The Power Poker couple are doing wonders.
Yeah, Sinead and Mac, terrific week for those two. They've had great performances. We got Cal as well, still on the final table of the side event.
Heads up.
He's heads up now. Cal looking for another trophy. Are you sure? Where's he going to put them all?
Who knows these things?
Great numbers in the Voyager. Well, that was a great event. I think Sinead performed terrifically. High roll up, Matt again. My mate Sam was chuffed to see him get second as well, which was a good result for Sam. But been a great week.
And thanks to Sam coming in the comms, thanks to Easty, and all the help that you guys give us a half an hour off every now and again. It's much appreciated. But well done to Ian Swan, champion of the latest 888. If you want to come and join us, it's Manchester next, 17th to the 22nd of April. That's the rest of the schedule. Swan is the champ. For us as Cardroom Direct, we always thank you very much indeed, and our next stream is in 3 days.
Technically two. Technically two, because we're past midnight.
In 3 days, we'll see you in Blackpool, and in 3 wake-ups, you see. I wake up Monday, I wake up Tuesday, and I wake up Wednesday.
Yeah, but I'll go home, I'll sleep, I'll play Monday night, I'll play all the way through till Tuesday night, I'll then sleep, so that's 2 sleeps for me.
Are you doing all the washing and the ironing? Will it all be done like...
Of course, yeah, I will be, yeah, of course.
The washing machine magician will be back in Blackpool. But thanks very much to everybody at 888 for looking after us. Lime Ricky, amazing job as always. You've been there all night and all morning and all day, keeping the chat in situ with everybody. So thanks to Lime Ricky, and thanks to everybody who's been watching. Our next 88, as we said, is in Manchester, but our next live stream for cardroomdirect.com is in 3 days' time in Blackpool for the GUKPT. We'll hope to see you, a lot of you, online for that one. And right there is Swanee, the latest winner of the UKPL here in Luton. Congratulations, Swanee, and we will see you guys very, very soon. Thanks for watching. Ta-ta.
Good night.